Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I hope we are having an amazing day. Today, we're going to finally be doing the interior to the Skelly farm. And then after that, because it shouldn't take too long, it'll take a little bit of time, but it shouldn't take too long. We'll go into the Nether and do a little bit of exploring, do a little bit of gathering, because there are a few blocks that I would like to have just in general to build with. Like, oh, I don't know, Blackstone or oh right, I forgot I don't have all of the item frames. I was gonna say, what other block can I point out? You know what, glowstone as well. I don't use glowstone often, but you know what? Glowstone, if I get frogs into the Nether, that, but we don't currently have that at this very moment. Will that change? Yes. Why? I understand they're having fun moving and placing blocks and all that, but I'd prefer it if they didn't. Kind of makes it a little difficult to, oh, I don't know, keep my, well, maybe not those villagers, but the ones that come down here, if they happen to get very lucky. Well, actually, no, they wouldn't be able to do it. But either way, please don't remove these blocks. I know technically it's dirt, so they'll end up moving it anyways. But still, come on. Be kind. You're supposed to be like, oh, hey, that's there for a reason. I'm not gonna move that. Not, oh, hey, I can move that and cause problems. Alright. So, for the inside of the Skelly place, I definitely want there to be a few armor stands, even up top, because I know we have a few down in the storage area, but I do want a few up top. I don't think I'll need the stone cutter. I'll keep it on me just in case, but I don't think I'll need it. As well as cobbled deep slate, just for the simple fact of we're not building the area, we're just doing the interior. But who knows? Maybe I'll curse myself out later, be like, why didn't I bring the deep slate? I knew I needed it. I mean, I don't think I will, but who knows? Who knows? Why do I still have paper on me? See, this is why I should probably just make a habit of emptying out my inventory a little bit more often. But it's fine. The floors in there are oak, so I'm just gonna have a little bit of spruce on me. Mainly because of the trapdoors. I have all of the slabs and stairs. Do not have a lot of trapdoors. I don't think I'll need any buttons. I don't know why I had to think about that. But I don't think we'll need any buttons. Oh. I forgot we're relatively low on dark oak. Alright. Guess we'll chop down a dark oak tree. Since the floor is oak, I think I want to lean away from that. Maybe we can do a little bit of jungle. The kish would be too much. No. There we go. You know what? Worst comes to worst, we don't end up using it. But if we do end up using it, we're gonna have to chop down another jungle tree. Which will be fine. So I need to chop down dark oak. Might as well do a jungle tree as well, since I would have to wait for the dark oak saplings. Since we're safe, but it's still not enough for me to be like, oh, I'm just gonna wander off. Because I do have a tendency to forget that I'm waiting for things to drop. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to have those materials for other times if we do happen to not use it. And I know I did also leave behind what? a few copper torches, I believe. Well, a lot more than just that, but if I'm going to just do a small little... Oh, hi. Why is there a sizzle right by the... Do cherry blossom trees attract creepers? What is this? Do you see this? Wow. Alright. That's how it is. Why are all of you here? Please no. Please no. Thank you. How about let's not play with the cherry blossom tree? I know it wouldn't hurt too much, but still would be preferable if I didn't have that one blow up, because it's pretty, and I haven't harvested it yet. You know what? Just because of that, I might also chop down the cherry tree, just so I can have more saplings to play around with, since they're so pretty. Because sure, we can also use normal flowers, which I think I still will. But I do love using the cherry blossom tree saplings as just a potted flower. There we go. I keep thinking I see something, but there's nothing there. It's just particles. Particles are freaking me out. Freaking me out, man. Alright. Jungle I'm more likely to use as of right now, so I'll do jungle first, and then I'll do cherry. So I'll chop down the jungle, check on the saplings, chop down the cherry, and check on the saplings. That should be enough time for it to be like, hey, I dropped all my saplings. If not, well, I guess we'll have to look at the leaves and encourage them. You know what? Just because I have a broken pair of shears, and I know I don't have a lot of vines, doesn't hurt to do that. I mean, I'll get more vines. It's not like I'm not going to get any more vines if I don't grab them now, but it doesn't hurt. Especially since I am fairly positive we have maybe 2, 3 shears, including the one that we have on us, so I'm not worried about shears. I'm not worried about iron. Both of those things I'm not worried about, so if I waste these, it's fine. Unless, of course, something breaks and I have to fix the iron farm. Then I'll be sad. I really need to remember to bring up wheat next time I come to the surface from our base. Which will be relatively soon, actually, because I know I'm going to go in there, look into the chest, and be like, oh, we don't have this, we don't have this. I need to grab all of these things. I'm fairly certain we also moved all of the clay. That's not what I wanted to plant. All of the clay things also back downstairs because I only left one double chest that wasn't for the skelly farm specifically down there. So we'll see. I'm almost positive we don't have any pots or anything down there. In fact, that's actually something I'm going to want to see if I can make more of. I know there's a way to make clay that isn't just finding clay. I'm fairly certain it involves mud and dripstone. Only problem being is that I do not have dripstone. Who knows? Maybe... Oh. You know, I'll take some of these. They're pretty. But who knows? Maybe I will, after some of the nether shenanigans, if I'm done with the nether, go mining. Just so we can find some dripstone. I don't know if we'd find it too close to where we are, but it doesn't hurt. That's going to drop sticks and saplings. We're going to want the saplings, and picking up the sticks doesn't hurt. So for now, I'm just going to put away what we have that we don't want in our inventory right now, which is mainly the other saplings. And if we want them later, I'll grab them. Because thankfully, our skelly farm isn't too far away, so we can do that. Well, I didn't... You know what? They could be askew. If they want to be askew, they could be askew. Because they seem to consistently want to be askew. That is the wrong chest. I'll keep a stack on me. Then let's put cherry leaves, the cherry wood. If we do end up using the cherry wood, it'd probably be for... Oh wait, since the place is falling apart, we could use cherry wood for like the shelving, and then use jungle for the parts that are starting to kind of mold and rot away. All right, fine. I'll take it with. I forgot to put away the paper. Don't mind me, just carrying 17 pieces of paper for no reason. Apparently my character wanted to draw. There we go. I should have dropped off the monster stuff, but it'll be fine. Since we're already going to be making multiple trips, it's going to happen anyway. Plus, who knows? Maybe we'll have to sleep again and a few more creepers will spawn. For what reason? I'll never know. I forgot to replant the cherry blossom tree. I just come back after sleeping one night and there's another sizzle of creepers just huddled around the cherry blossom tree. It'll be a monster meeting that we weren't invited to. I don't know why we'd be invited in the first place, but still. It's my cherry blossom tree. At least invite. I could bring cards. A whole deck of cards. Honestly, that'd be fun. Because this is the only chest that I left here. Is it the most organized? No. But it has a few things that I was leaving for mainly this area. Because I know I want to do a few trees down here that are very overgrown. Which is the whole reason why this is still here. What I can do is probably actually make a sign over at my base near the chests. Empty this one. You know what? I'm just going to quickly make a chest to put up there. And what I could do... Maybe not this sign, just due to the fact it would be a little dark. And nope, that's... I'll put the stone cutter there. And what we could do is be like, hey, remember, This is a thing you wanted to do. Because either way, we need to come back here multiple times. Can't believe I kind of actually, when I was organizing the place, I did actually forget about that chest. But it also pertained to the area, so it's like, it's fine. But now that we're actually doing the interior, I probably should. Alright. We could drop these off. I'm definitely going to keep some of them. Probably should have dropped those off, but it'll be fine. Let's see here. There we go. You know what? Since it's legitimately right here, let's go ahead and put away the sugarcane. Because we're not going to need sugarcane inside of the skelly farm. At least not as far as I'm aware. Off we go. Wrong chest. You know what? I'm going to put the nuggets all the way over there. I'm going to keep those. Might as well keep those as well. Same with the glowberries. Actually, there's a fair chunk of this that we're actually going to keep on us. And this is why I should have paid attention to what I was picking up. Oh well. You know what? That works. I'm just going to move all of this up so each of them have their own rows, since there's a fair chunk of different dirt types of sorts. We're not going to need coarse dirt because we already have the floor done, and the floor hasn't become too run down. It's become run down enough that it's starting to have divots and stuff, but not worn down enough to where the earth has reclaimed it. Iron. Probably had that for a reason, but you know what? It's fine. I actually remembered where that was. Hooray! I'm learning my own storage. For the most part. Alright, I'm keeping those. I might as well check on the amethyst downstairs so I can get more of the clusters. I do not have the silk touch on me currently. There we go. I'm gonna grab this iron sword so we can just place it downstairs. Blackstone is down here. I don't need the wheat seeds on me as of right now. How about let's go ahead and grab a little bit of moss. I don't think we'll need a lot. You know what? The grass blocks, as much as they are still kind of valuable, I'll put them in with the other dirt blocks. Makes more sense. Flower pot. Decorated pots. And let's put those in a furnace so we can have more actual pots. I still don't think we'll need buttons. I mean, I could be wrong. I could look back at this and be like, why did I leave behind all the buttons? But I'm fairly certain we're not going to need buttons. If you wanted to make stuff look packaged, like if there was packages of stuff, cooked kelp would be good, but I don't think we're gonna do that. We already have the place lit for the most part. We're gonna be using copper lanterns, meaning I'm gonna need to make more nuggets. That that'll will it be fine? Let's see here. I want at least 2 on the first floor, and then 1 on each of the little platforms to turn going down the stairs. So that's already maybe about 7. And then the floor beneath that would need at least 5. So you know what? I'll make 20. Maybe a little overkill, but is it this way? There we go. Well, you know what? I'll just do that. It's fine. Sure, it's a lot more copper torches than we actually need, but it's fine. Oh, wait, we actually have. There we go. That was actually perfect. Lovely. Then we can put this in the extra lighting, because I don't think we're going to use the normal copper torches. I think I'm content with using just the copper lanterns. I don't think I need any poppies. Poppies are good, but I don't think I want poppies there. I'll have poppies when I make an area for bees and everything. But honestly, I think I'm leaning against poppies, just due to the fact we have so many. Which sounds very odd, but we have so many, which makes the others seem a lot better. Nah, it's fine. You know what? I might grab a few. Not as many as I had, but I'll grab a few. We'll do 3. Because I believe there is also a pond area that we still haven't actually done a whole lot with. We got the floor done, but we didn't do any of the ceiling or anything like that. And just because of that, I need to put away those oak leaves. I'll grab those, put away the oak leaves, because I think I want to save those specific leaves for when it's in a tree. When it's just like this, I can use just the azalea. I forgot to put the clay in the furnace, which is lovely. I don't think we'll need any glass, except technically 2 tinted glass to kind of just encase the place. And since we have silk touch, it won't be too bad just to close it off entirely, so we don't have those 2 pieces of dirt in the window. Because as of right now, I don't really want to light it up and make the inside of the skelly thing pretty. Just focusing on the part that we can actually walk through. I forgot how many things we have. Hold on. I know I need to make a bed for the little room downstairs. What if... What bed? What bed? What bed? Having some carpet wouldn't hurt either. And honestly, considering the fact that all around it is oak and deep slate and spruce, of course, I think I want to lean towards a cooler color. So I think I'm going to go purple. Plus, we have a lot of purple, so I don't have to worry too much about not having enough, which is lovely. Do I have enough oak that I could just grab? Yes, I do. Bop, bop. Lovely. And I do want actual carpet as well. I think it would make more sense to do these tones. I don't have a light gray sheep at the moment. Do I have... I have a ink set. Well, I have 2. And I have a whole lot of bone meal. Because that'll just make gray. Hold on. If I go into... Would it be in here? Light gray. Oh, I need 2 white dye. Alright. You know what? That works. I'll take it. Fairly certain one of the flowers also gives light gray, but that's fine. I'll keep the flowers for the flowers. Up we go. Wrong one. White dye, black dye, light gray. We dye one of the duplicate sheep light gray when we head out there. And you know what? I'm also going to grab some wheat. I'll just grab a stack. Because I have no idea how many we actually have. And we can feed our cows. If we feel like we need to, we'll feed our sheep. And see how that goes. Hi there. Been a while since one of you came out of the portal. Alright. We have a friend. We good? Oh, right. What is with the creepers? Are there any that are just gonna pop out of nowhere that I'm gonna have to hide from? If I do hop into the pen? No? We good? I think that one's the only one I need to worry about. All the others are far enough away that we should be fine. Should being the keyword. Why are there 2? You duplicated! How did you manage that? Alright. The creepers are doing this in spite of me. Not actually, but still. I feel like the majority of the time, it's either 2, 3, or 4. They're always in sizzles. I forgot to dye one of the sheep. Dang it. Alright. So I'll put away 2 of the dye. Dye one of the sheep when we head over there. Might as well drop off the wheat. I need to put that in the furnace. Meaning that we will need to come back if we're gonna do more, if we're gonna need more flower pots. I need to just put that away. Is there anything else before we head over that we 100% need? I mean, kind of, but not really. Because I do want to make a banner for the Skelly farm, at least the up top Skelly farm, so we can name it and have it attached to the map that's upstairs. Just so we could be like, hey, this is blah. But for now, I'm not to that stage just for the simple fact of I need to relearn how to do all the banner stuff. It's been a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna need this stuff. Right. There is one thing I'm gonna need, though. I need the Silk Touch. That is getting dangerously low. Can I combine them? I think I'll wait until one of them is either super, like, a little bit closer to dead, or if the Silk Touch gets enough to where it looks like it is the right size. Just so I'm not wasting the durability. I forgot to put away the wheat. And I also need to put those in the furnace. I cannot put it in the furnace. There we go. I mean, yeah, it was a blast furnace, but I kind of thought I could. It must just be ores that you put in there. Or maybe you can put stone as well. I'm not actually 100% certain. You know what? Now that I think about it, let's make some chain as well. Some copper chain. Because I did forget to do that. It crossed my mind when I was making the lanterns, but I didn't do it. I also need to find out what I actually want in the barrels around here. Because sure, I did it to kind of get over the fact of, hey, there's a random crafting table in the middle of the walkway. But I should probably look to find a reason to actually have that there. I do really like blue orchids. I do know where a swamp is. Actually, let me grab my thing of sticky notes that has all of my coordinates I've written down, except for one, which is... There we go. Found it. Just in case if we need to ever find the swamp again. Because we don't have a lot. Would they have even found it? Because this is technically supposed to be an older part of the area. Why is there a random bundle over here? This is supposed to be a older part of the area that is both underground and above ground, because it was supposed to be built before it became super unlivable upstairs, and then kind of became forgotten and then rediscovered. So they might not have had the blue orchids. Because I know poppies, dandelions, stuff like that spawn here, but anything other than that, I'm honestly not entirely certain. Even the cherry blossom saplings are going to be questionable, but I'm going to still do that one just for simple fact of only 2 flower options is not a lot. Is there anything else? Anything at all? Right. I need to actually grab the clusters instead of just holding the Silk Touch pickaxe in my inventory. That would probably help. So grab that. Grab a few of the clusters. And then we can put away the Silk Touch pick so we don't lose it somehow. Because that would be sad. We're too low now. Where in the world is this cave? It's not that one. Is it this one? It is. Alright. I just have to look for the cave that is covered in buttons. That is the main way I know how to get here. Are there buttons? Right cave. Oh, there we go. Lovely. I am so scared to actually miss and hit the budding crystal itself. Because that would kind of suck. Sure, I know where another whole entire amethyst is, but still would hurt. Honestly, that's not a bad haul. Sure, it's not the entire thing, but I'm not going to put too many, because if I put too many, well, I think it'll lose its magical feel. Except in the outdoor area over there. Because there is that outdoor area underground next to the Skelly farm that I do want to put more than just the little blocks of amethyst around. I also want to put some of these around. So I might use some of those while we go out there. And now I can put this away. Anything else? Anything at all? We might want to check the furnace, see how many are done. But other than that, we should be fine. Should be. All of them are done. Lovely. New? Fairly certain I've made bricks before, but alright. I'll take it. Right. Where's the sun? Oh, it'll be fine. I'll be able to get there, and I can sleep when I get there. I have a lot of purple. You know what? You're gray now. Uh-oh. Let me out! Let me out! Alrighty then. Off we go. We could drop off the majority of our inventory. We can pick up the chest down below, because we can carry that back up. And then we can shear that sheep again, because I doubt it's not going to eat between now and the time I actually get back. I know there's going to be some of the stuff downstairs already, so I'm not too concerned. Just gonna... There we go. Might as well keep the dirt on me. Especially since we're going to be grabbing more dirt. And you know what? The majority of that I am probably going to use. That's not what I wanted to do. Please. There we go. Moss, azalea, spore blossom. Why birch leaves? That's for when I actually do the tree. Not doing the tree right now. Alright. I do want to take a look, not there. Not there. I don't need to go that far up. I just need to go up. Did I fully... Kind of, actually. Surprisingly, I did, except for any glowberries I would want to put. Why are there always zombies in this area? I have been down here for, you know, a little bit of time. You'd think by now I'd have found the dark area that keeps spawning said zombies. I haven't, but you think I would. You know what? Just because you guys are down here and you guys are going to disappear if I go away, which I will, kind of would like to Take out some mad hops. Alright. Bop, bop. We can put away this sword as well, since we only really use the swords when we are in the skelly farm. Oh, right. We're using that tough. So I'm gonna want to grab at least, just for a general guess, a whole stack wouldn't hurt. Sure, it's a lot overboard, but you know what? Rather grab too much than too little. Whoa. Righty then. Well, why are you guys being smart? Please no. Ah. Yes. Burn in the sun. I'd say that to these guys as well, but they're actually wearing helmets. Kind of hard to burn in the sun when you are in fact covered by a helmet. Hi. I hit the leaf and it freaked me out. I thought it was a creeper. Not the zombies. There are so many zombies. I mean, sure, they're zombies, but they're zombies. You know, best logic ever. You still haven't eaten? Are you alright? You know what? Sure, I haven't been gone for that long, but I was certain that the sheep was gonna be like, ooh, there's grass below my feet. I'm gonna eat. Apparently, no. Apparently, the sheep did not want to eat. It was not hungry. Even though it's probably shivering its boots off. I don't know when it got boots, but it got boots. And they were shivering off. Alrighty. Don't know where that witch is. I can... Ow. I can guess that's probably, like, about here or here. It's either above or below. I thought I lit up the area. I might not have. I mean, obviously, there's a witch. But definitely not what I was expecting. Not the sound you usually want to hear when you enter your storage system. You know what? That'll be enough. That's still overkill. So, that'll be good. Is there anything else that I figured out? Oh, hey, I need that. Before I came down here. I know I don't need any of the bamboo. We could definitely use that for a different build, because I do want to play with that, but we do not need it. At least not as far as I'm aware. Oh, right, we're probably not going to actually use the iron bars just due to the fact of this is the older area, meaning that they would most likely use the copper bars. You know what? It was 6, right? It was. I'll just make a few copper bars. Anything else? Any quick little details? I don't think we need that because we already have the actual detailing done in that upper area. It's legitimately just the... Ah! Bone meal. That's what I need. Bone meal and the sign. That's another thing I was going to do. I'm glad I remembered now instead of later when it's like, oh no, I was going to do this. Because if I remember later, I most likely won't be able to do it at that specific time, and then I will forget. Oh yeah. You know what? Where is a place? I need to make a board of sorts. Just a little board being like, this is my to-do list. And it has to be somewhere that I'm going to actually be a fair chunk of the time. You know what? My bed upstairs will probably be the best since I consistently look at the bed. And at least click it once before I head upstairs, just in case it's nighttime. Well, that's probably another reason why I haven't put it here, but you know what? Let's see here. Let's do overgrown trees in cave next to skelly farm. That is one thing. Technically, I have a few building ideas kind of stuck in my mind. We just need to finish these ones and then I can do it. Well, I don't have to, but kind of want to. You know what? I'm going to drop off the little extra bit of coal so that way we don't have just one inventory slot being like, oh, hey, you could use me, but you just have an overabundance of one block. Off we go. You know what? At least there wasn't a whole meeting next to the cherry blossom tree this time. I guess there's that. And I should probably make a better area for a bed in this general area. But for now, it's functional. Wait, they're both purple. All right. You know what? Purple beds it is. Let's do 2 firefly bushes. A little bit of glow lichen. You know what? I was going to grab bone meal, but I can make some bone meal here. This place has all of the bones, so I'm not really concerned. Bone meal. Lovely. So that way we can bone meal the glow lichen, grab some more. Sure, those shears will break, but better to grab some than to not grab any. Anything else? All right, glowberries. I'll grab a jack-o'-lantern. Why not? We don't need it up there. Lovely. I wish there were a way to get more of these besides just finding another lush cave. Or being lucky and having a wandering trader sell it. I don't know if they do sell it, but I can see them selling it. I just haven't personally seen it. Let's do bop, bop, bop. You know what? Oh, right. I kind of did like the granite and the diorite. I was going to say, why didn't I do this? It's because I actually liked it. Oh! This is why you don't fly in front of someone who is wielding any sort of equipment. You're gonna get hurt. Poor thing. Well, did you not learn your lesson? I don't think the bat learned its lesson. It's like, oh, that hurt. Let me do it again. You know, the best thing to do. I don't know why, but I really like that. Sure, in all reality, those would have rotted away a long time ago if this place expanded. But magical crystals, it works. Doesn't need to make sense, especially when it's magical crystals. That works. There we go. I'll save those for downstairs. There I put them? I did not. Lovely. Oh, my shears broke. Hold on. Dang it. And I actually don't have iron down here. See, this is why I kept iron down here. This is gonna hurt. Ow. You know what? I have more shears. I can just grab one of the spare shears. Do that instead of making another new pair of shears. Because I would like to prevent it from going too far down. Because it makes sense to technically have it to where there is a whole lot of overgrowth. Everything's super overgrown and everything. But if there's too much, I think it kind of defeats the look that you're trying to go for. Because that's all uniform because it's all the way to the ground. At least from what I've been able to do. Those vines are actually growing really well. Lovely. Speaking of which, I'm going to grab a few vines. But that was not the reason I came here. I came here for the shears. Look at this. I have 2 unused shears. Why? Usually there's a rhyme or reason to my madness. That one I can't explain. I think at the time I was collecting leaves and thought it would take a lot more durability than it actually did. That's what I'm going to assume is what happened. Is it what actually happened? Yeah. Not entirely certain. But you know what? It means I don't have to make another pair of shears. Hi. Oh, hey, it's only 1 creeper. If you duplicate and become 2, I should probably make more shears. Ah, yes. I need just a whole chest dedicated to shears. A whole double chest dedicated to shears. Then I'll have enough shears. That'd be a lot of shears. Just a little bit. Do I need more shears? Alright. For the upstairs area, I don't think we need anything down here because we already have everything that we need. I just need to grab the shears so we can clip the bottom of the blueberries. And then we could do... Bop. do, but alright. That works. Apparently I wanted another glowberry. You know what? Do I have... I do not. Is there a random thing of dirt that I could just kind of yoink? Technically, yes. That one could be fully grown. Meaning I didn't need to use all those glowberries, but that's fine. That's a nice little area. There we go. I don't need those torches there anymore. I can actually get rid of a few torches. Hooray! Oh, you know what? I'm glad I kept the stone cutter here, because I am going to actually need these for... What is it called? The chiseled tough bricks. How many do we need? We need one... That one's... Well, it wouldn't be there. So it's one... Already have it. Two... Probably three if we put one over here. 4, 5, 6 wouldn't hurt just so the place is actually lit. And then, of course, most likely 7. The lantern would be on there and probably on a desk of sorts over there. 8? I'll make 8. If we need more, we have a stone cutter. It should be fine. Let's do... Lovely. I forgot to place the vines. Which could easily become a little too out of hand, but hopefully it decides not to get that out of hand. A little out of hand, sure. But if it's too much, then we'll have to come up and be like, whoa, alright. I need to fix the shears. Fix the shears? Fix the vines. With a pair of shears. Alright. For now, I'll do that. I'm going to grab the warped warp blocks. The spruce. It actually wasn't oak that I did the floor out of. It was spruce. So I'm actually going to need to use dark oak instead of spruce in those areas. Which is fine. Just means I need to actually make those. I can use the spruce for something else. You know what? This needs to move anyway. I'm just going to bring it upstairs where I'm actually gathering said materials. Because I need to make... a few stairs. And a few slabs. And you know what? We're probably going to need more trapdoors, but that'll be good for a little bit. You know what? Let's do this real quick. I should probably make this stairs. Just as a quick test of materials. How would it look if I went Bop. Bop. I mean, it definitely gives effect. A little too close to the oak on the jungle side, and honestly, the jungle would probably look better than the spruce, but I think it'll be fine. However, I don't like the cherry. At least not where it is right now. So that'll be for another project. Since the jungle's too close, it'll probably end up being something else. Because we can't use actual spruce. Just due to the fact of, well, the spruce here. If we use the dark oak, you know what? We could try it out. Yeah. Cherry's kind of hard to pair with, I feel like, a bare chunk of woods. Similar with jungle and acacia, unless you're trying to get a specific feel or a specific look. Because I feel like jungle was probably the better choice. If I were to like change these out, I feel like it probably would have been the better choice, but I honestly think spruce does the job. But if I do this again, which I will, I'll end up. Oh, very much so. Cherry and dark oak is a lovely combination. It is definitely one I gravitate towards if I do use cherry. Which is probably why I don't use cherry all that often, because it ends up being a very either dark place or very monotonous isn't the right word. Basically, you have those two colors and they overpower everything. And then if you do try to do any interior, at least with my interior abilities, I haven't found quite the way to tone it down unless I were to use probably more stone blocks or something like that to make more of a gray tone. So it kind of cuts out how strong all those colors are. So I usually don't use those as the main base blocks unless I have a way to either tone it down a little or add texture to the color that helps it out a little. Or at least that is just from my personal experience building with those blocks. I've seen people make wonderful things out of what I think wouldn't be a block I'd use as a building material. And then I get really confused and very impressed. I know I want... You know what? I'm going to put down these real quick because I know where to put them down. Well, that wasn't my smartest move. I'm going to grab the lanterns as well. I'm trying to think, because if we use, let's say, tough or something like that, I think it'll look too heavy for the wall. Could be wrong. We can always test it out. Never hurts to try. But I feel like it'll look too heavy. Just due to the fact of it's a crumbling, rotting away wooden wall. And tough is stone. Worst comes to worst, that is what happens, and we need to fix it. But best case scenario, that's not what happens, and we're entirely fine. Honestly, I kind of like the fact that it looks like the foundation is kind of just jutting out just enough so you can put a lantern. That's fun. Yeah. It's a very fun block to play with. And despite its name, not too tough to pair with other things. It's definitely not one you can pair with everything, but you can pair it with, I feel like, the majority of things. Especially if you're doing a lot of copper, which is probably another reason why I love the trial chamber so much, is because I do really like that combination of, hey, copper and tough go really well together. Because it is mostly gray, but there is a slight green tint. It is now very quiet down here now that we did that. All those skeletons are gone, and it's just silence. There we go. That I had the slight inclination to put a chain and a lantern. But I have a feeling, since that is legitimately dipping down, it probably wouldn't be the most structurally sound. Then again, this place is crumbling and would have been structurally sound a long time ago, so maybe it wouldn't hurt. It definitely wouldn't be safe. It'd probably be a fire hazard. But that's fine. Just for the simple fact of, thankfully, it's not an actual fire hazard. If it was, well, there would be issues. We are using dark oak for the shelving down here, which makes sense, because we're using spruce for the floors. Upstairs, because we're using more spruce for the walls, and that's not touching the floor. I don't know. I mean, it didn't look terrible, but it didn't look the best either. You know what? Just as a little fun thing, you know what? I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna exchange this corner for cherry and see how it looks. I think there's only 2 left. Oh, there's 1 left. My bad. Because it's still dark. It has a different texture than deep slate, and it kind of matches with the window. Oh, I love that. Don't like you guys standing on top of where you spawned. But I'll fix that eventually. Once I actually fix the walls and stuff around there. So if I light it up, that's when I'll fix it. Right now, they're fine. Yeah, I actually really like that. What I don't like is the fact that I should have put this in the center of the room. But we live and we learn. It does mean I'm going to have to do stuff in the basement first, just because of that, though. Gonna grab the amethyst, going to grab the moss, a little bit of the mossy carpet, blueberries. You know what? 2 jack-o'-lanterns. Don't know why I need them, but I'll find a reason to need them. You know what? Let's make 3 more flower pots. I'll keep 1 for up here. I can always make more if I need to. 2 of them will be for the large decorated pots. You know what? I'll bring down the leaves as well. Why is there a whole stack of poppies? You know what? I'll bring down the sweet berries as well. Since downstairs is probably going to be maybe a little less decayed, but it might be a little bit more overgrown. I can see that happening. I'll explain my thought process once I head downstairs. Is that everything I need? I might actually need the chain. Other than that, yes. And I'll grab the rest of the flowers for the stuff once we actually have them placed. But let's go ahead and head down here. What we can do, or mainly the reason why I think this place would be maybe a little bit more green than the other places, excluding the break area right here. But if we go up, I do need to make a little bit more moss and everything on the ceiling. But down here, just due to the fact of the skelly farm, it has not only the moisture from the skelly farm going directly into here, there's probably going to be water that's dripping down into this chamber, meaning that I could probably get away with putting some of the warped warp blocks, since I'm kind of using it as like an odd algae, and just kind of put it on the walls back there once I get rid of our friends. And I could see that doing wonders. But for now, wait, where did I already place it? I didn't. Where in the world did the purple bed go? Did I just look over it? I might have, in all fairness. I did. Kinda need that. But I have a feeling that place would be a little bit more overgrown, especially since it most likely had a lot less foot traffic. Because the top area would have the most foot traffic. This place down where we are right now would have a lot less foot traffic, excluding the skellies, of course. As well as the fact that up there would probably be running more often than down here. So if the place was slowly, everyone was starting to either move out or something happened, I'm still trying to figure out what happened to have this place be abandoned in the first place. But either way, if people were to stop going to specific places, down here would probably be one of the places that they would go to less often, meaning that it had more time to become, well, a little more rotted away. At least that's how my brain is logicking it. I was able to use spruce back here just due to the fact we're using the deep slate tile. I mean, I could technically grab the spruce and do a little bit of that. You know what? I need to put that lantern down. I need to grab spruce to actually be able to decorate this part. Hi, Lily. It's going pretty good. So far, we're still doing the interior for the skelly farm, and then later we are going to head into the Nether and hopefully grab some blackstone, some what is it called? Nylium, the warped Nylium. And if I have the coordinates written down, which I should, but I would need to double check. Do I not? Oh. Well, I'd have to go into the general direction where I found the Crimson Forest. And also grab that Nylium, just so I can constantly have those trees. Did I find that area? I might not have, actually. All things considered, because I don't have any of the trees themselves. Huh. Because I have the wood for the warped. If I found it at the end of the adventure, though, my inventory might have been too full. It depends. Alright. Guys, you are very, very loud. I understand your skeletons, and you're also bouncy, but please. Thank you. We can put away the sword. You know what I forgot to make? I forgot to make more armor stands. That is actually something we legitimately want. But it's fine. I'll grab those later because we're going to end up putting those most likely on shelves. So they'll be a little bit higher up, meaning that we need to get those shelves actually in place before we do anything. But I need to grab those. For now, I'll drop off the buckets because we're not actually using them at this very moment. I'm going to make some slabs. I regret not grabbing some more deep slate so we can actually fix the ceiling. But you know what? I mean, yay, this skelly farm is relatively efficient, but come on, I just killed you guys. Alright. I want to make a little reading nook. Let's do that. You know what? I could probably get away with this being an upside down stair instead. There we go. And then... Uh-oh. I hope that was someone moving something outside. I'm gonna pay attention to that. I think I heard a little bit of thunder, but that could just be me. It depends. I'll keep my ear out. If it is actually thunder, then that's unfortunate. But if it isn't, then I'm hearing things. We'll see which one it is. You know what? Oh, I should have made. You know what? I actually have the materials too. I'm gonna make a chiseled book. Is it called a chiseled bookshelf? I need to go upstairs anyway. I may have a crafting table down there, but I do not have the planks for it on me. But I can make a chiseled bookshelf down there just because it's a little home area. You want to be able to store your books, whether it's, you know, notebooks or anything of that sort. It would probably be better if I did dark oak, considering I'm going to be using mostly dark oak furniture. So I could do... Dang it. This. And I can make more... Probably going to end up using more slabs and stairs. Considering I want to make a big table. Alright. Let's go ahead and have you... I can have you as the end table. But that's a whole lot of table. Oh. Seriously? Fine. I'll go grab some more wood. I didn't realize I couldn't grab that normally. Alright. Today I learned. I feel like I probably learned that a bit ago, but I definitely forgot about it. So I relearned it. I am going to need those, though. I could drop those off because I'm not currently using them. Same with the bone meal. Same with the sweet berries. That means same with the shears as well. All right. I have a little bit more space in my inventory to grab whatever I need. You know, I'm gonna grab that as well. And we have all of the leaves on us. All right. Lovely. I was up there for what? A few minutes? Come on. I mean, you know what? I really shouldn't be complaining. I'm getting free levels. I have no room to complain. All right. Let's make another one of these. And this time, let's actually have a place to put it instead of just randomly putting it somewhere. Because over here, while it would kind of make sense, I do actually like the fact that it's just a little shelf that they can store whatever they want on here. Over here is meant to be a desk, which I actually might want to use a dark oak stair for just because of the fact that back here you wouldn't be able to really discern the difference if it was both spruce. There, little chair. And then anything that is, I feel like the majority of where the algae would be is near the kill area rather than the sleep chamber over here. I almost put a jack-o'-lantern in the room. I don't think you want to sleep with a jack-o'-lantern in your room. Probably cause a few issues if you accidentally knocked it over. I do know I want to put a potted plant in there. You know what? Wait a minute. I could make the lanterns right next to each other, but I won't do that. And then I can put the flower in there later. I think I want to put this here instead. Please. Let me go. And since the ceiling, yes, it would have been like that normally, but I can see the ceiling also kind of, with age and time, kind of, maybe not changing all too much, but especially since this isn't limestone or anything, but just over time, some of it will change. It'll, well, most of the time, break off, expand, stuff like that. But maybe they were, like, when they were building this room, they're like, okay, you know what? I want to have a bookshelf here. I don't have the room for this, but I'll dig out an area. Hence, this bookshelf. And you know what? That would be one of the worst things to hold up a bookshelf. Because that would bend. Like, if you have super heavy books in there, it would bend and bend, and like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. I no longer have a bookshelf. It is now a tilted shelf with no books in it, as all the books are just sprayed across the floor. Not the right word, but you know what? It works. It works. You know what? Where is... Because of the fact that we have the seat over here, I can get away with having trapdoors there instead. So I'm going to make a few trapdoors. I'm going to see if I can use the trapdoors also for, like, a nightstand. That'll make 4. And most likely I'm not going to use one of them, so we'll have an extra trapdoor for whatever we want to use it for. Pop, pop. Lovely. I think I still want that to be a slab, though. Oh, dang it. At least a slab. Maybe a stair is too much, but definitely a slab. Other way, other way. Pop. There we go. Lovely. We have the desk. If we put anything over here, it needs to be something small. Or, once I actually grab the carpet. Actually, I have 2 light gray carpet. Not carpet. 2 light gray wool I can just turn into carpet. Because hopefully that sheep will have eaten and I can get more light gray carpet for the storage so I know where to store it. Even though I have a lot of carpet already. There we go. A little area. Did I see a drip? Did I not see a blue particle just fall from the ceiling? I'm trying to think of what's right above here, and I don't see any specific reason, unless it's all the way back there. Then I can see why it would be. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna just put a little bit of moss. Not too much, but a little bit. Moss block. You know what? Considering this is small and supposed to be very aged, I don't hate this. I mean, it doesn't look very aged, but I'm trying. I'm gonna need more dark oak trap doors, I believe. I also want to move you. Let's move you to... You know what? I'll move you to the ceiling for now. Because that is very out of the way. The one time I want dirt, I do not have dirt. I mean, the majority of times I do want dirt because I use these for scaffolding, but I actually have scaffolding now. Do I want to use the scaffolding? If I was reaching a place up top, I'd say yes. But I'm not. So it'll be fine. I could use dirt. I'm not trying to get to the ceiling just yet. Okay. That is annoying me. So if over here is going to be... Hold on, wait. Not that close. I don't want it touching. Let's switch these out. There. Perfect. But if I want a table, I don't want it to be too big. So let's do... No, I could have left that there. If I do something like this... I mean, in all fairness, it's not a bad table. Takes up a fair chunk of room, though. But I'm able to walk around it, so as long as there's not a chair here, or even right here, it should be fine. Because if there are chairs in either of those places, it's going to be too much. Way too much. You know what? Dang it. I think I want to come down here with maps, and whichever place that is not, that doesn't have a whole lot of buildings, so that would be the one that actually has the skelly farm itself and the one of the mountain that's right below it, which means I'm probably gonna move some of the carpet around. But what I can do is have a map laid down, and we'll have it be an old map, so we'd have to do it sometime soon, or not sometime soon, but basically I need to keep track of where I'm actually placing some of these buildings that are part of the newer civilization. And then anything that has newer parts, we can cover up with moss and be like, okay, those ones have been so degraded over time and overgrowth that we just can't decipher. Because I can see that happening over a long, long period of time, but nonetheless. You know what? I should have grabbed the scaffolding. I didn't, but I should have. Do I want the trees on either end here? Kind of. But then it's going to be too much. So I think what I'll do is have them just across from each other. Bop. And bop. We can put the cherry tree blossom. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Into that area, just so it looks like it has a lot of room for roots to grow. I didn't do that with the enchanting area, but that's fine. They're enchanted. They don't need a lot of roots, and they can still retain a lot of water. Alright. Scaffolding. That's what I need. I need scaffolding, and I need... I could put away the dark oak for now. Can I? Not the dark oak. I could put away the spruce for now. Except for the fence. Because I'm thinking of having like a small little... like a baby tree in the fact that it's not quite... like it's a little bigger than the azalea and definitely bigger than the sapling. But small enough that I wouldn't call it a full-on tree. Just a mix of the two. I have those. I haven't used any of the copper bars yet, but doesn't mean I won't. I don't think we're going to use that much dirt because it's going to be on the ceiling. I might. Who knows? But I don't think so. All right. Down we go. Yeah. I just need to figure out where. Because I honestly want it down here because of the fact I can make it so it looks like the area's old enough that it is crumbling, it is aging, and it is slowly being taken over. But I didn't really do that much rot on the walls. Because I think when I was doing the walls, in my mind I was like, oh hey, there wouldn't be that much moisture here, right? Totally. Even though all of the water is right above us, being poured down yeah, it's not here, but there's going to be water that still splashes all the way down here. So meaning that's probably very, very moist and probably a little moldy, but if you don't think about it and be very grateful that we are not the skeletons, it'll be fine. Because I am in fact grateful I am not one of these skeletons. Because first off, that means someone's going to come in with an iron sword and just gain levels from me. And not only that, but the majority of them are not wearing shoes. I mean, they're having to touch this soggy carpet with their bare bones. Which does not sound comfortable. There we go. So, if back here... How did I... Seriously? Of course I did it like that. Alright. You know what? I can turn some of this into the warped wart blocks while it's not currently raining skellies. Because if it was, we'd have issues. You know what? It's fine. I can just grab it in the system. There we go. That should be fine. And where did it go? Well, there's a birch plank. There's the oak plank. And I'll just put this away. Is there... Oh. Is there any other random things of... No? There's a whole lot of boats. Jeez. Why are you up here? You know what? I know I'm the one that did all the hoppers. I don't know what I was thinking when I was doing the hoppers, because I have no idea why this one is... Oh, that's why. Never mind. It was probably placed down first, and then the others were placed. So stuff just got into here. Or I just tossed that stuff in there because it was in my inventory. One or the other. Alright. Scaffolding. If I am going to have a place that is starting to become claimed by nature, it'd be this wall. For the main fact of there's nothing really over there, so I don't have to worry about it being too much in one area. I do, however, need to grab spruce. Spruce. I'll drop those off. I don't think I'll need those two, but you know what? I'll grab them just because I can. The worst that happens is that I don't need the slabs. Oh well. It happens. Is there anything else I can just drop off? I mean, I technically can, but I think I'll just make them into slabs instead. Use them to my advantage. You know what? What is going on here? Hold on. This is supposed to be holding up the ceiling just a little bit. Sure, it wouldn't be holding it up entirely, but it's holding it up enough that it's definitely not something you'd want to get rid of. And then we can do bop and bop. I mean, I do like how that looks. I would have rather it over here, but due to the fact of where that's placed, because it's right underneath the floor down here, I think that's probably gonna be fine. Alright. 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 Hey, Talker Bell. Also, as a heads up to you guys, because I don't know if it's only on my side or your side, I can only see your guys' uh usernames. Not what you want your thing to be called, but like your at blah. So if I call you one thing and you want to be called another, please just let me know. But make sure you don't dox yourself in the process. That is all I ask. Alright. That might be too big of a thing. You too? Alright. I'm glad it's not just a me thing. Because it wasn't always the case. I don't know when it changed. It was a little while ago, but it probably is. Alright. Cool. Cool, cool. You know what? Why wasn't I smart and, oh, I don't know, grabbed a bundle? Probably because I didn't think I'd need one, but here we are. I very much need one. And I need you to be a stair. So I'm gonna make this a stair. And I also... Where is it? I did not bring a lot of oak because I didn't think I need it. Fine. For now, we might be done with the dark oak. We might not. I'll drop off the dark oak for now. Because the worst that happens is that I'll need to grab it again. And I'm also gonna head back home. Keep on forgetting there's a slime chunk nearby. And... Dang it, what was I gonna grab? Oak. That's what I was gonna grab. I need to grab some oak. Fairly certain I have a lot of oak, so I don't think I need to worry too much about that. I mean, sure, it's probably only a stack, but a stack is definitely enough for what we need to do. Just means I might want to harvest trees more often. Just so I don't have to worry about it in the future. Not the right level. Legitimately, I need to do a quick search to see what exactly is spawnable and what isn't. Just so I can make like a fountain of sorts, or maybe just like a weird little water attraction in this general area, so I can just jump off instead of going down the ladder. If I can't find something that'll work, then I'll have to get over and use a ladder, but that is something I would like. Actually, that might legitimately be enough. Because I don't want to put too much, especially since we're also going to be putting some spruce. So that might legitimately be enough. And you know what? Maybe I do need the buttons. I'm not going to grab the whole stack, but you know what? I'll take it. We'll have a few buttons. Why not? I don't think the bamboo would make sense with the climate we're in. Unless they imported bamboo into the area and decided to leave bamboo behind to grow and it just kind of spread. But considering this is an older civilization that probably didn't have all of the mobility that the newer civilization has, they probably wouldn't have the bamboo. Because the bamboo was what? Hold on. I can actually see because I have it right in front of me. A little over 2,000 blocks away. I don't think an older civilization that didn't have nether portals or anything like that would go to that length to do that without having some sort of main trade hub. I mean, at the moment, there's hardly anything. There's just one building in this older part of town, but still. Not unless it was very rare and they learned to cultivate it in their place. But I'm thinking just for this older civilization, they probably just stuck to their own devices. Yeah, they traded with a few people, but not enough so to really stay functioning after a while. Because obviously this place became abandoned. So I think that'll be fine. You know what? I'm gonna make some of these. Do I need anything else from up here? Yes. I need 2 of those. No. I already have 2 of those. Why didn't I place them? Hold on. Alright. I'm gonna grab the dandelion. And I'll put it in the pot in the bedroom downstairs. That's why not. Maybe whoever lived here wanted a yellow flower in their bedroom. I should have grabbed. Damn. Hold on. Since I'm right here and can easily just go upstairs, I'm gonna... What should I drop? You know what? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. I'll put down the lanterns for now. I'll put down all the copper stuff for now. Because I need to grab coarse dirt, and podzol actually wouldn't hurt. Of course, we're not going to need a lot, so probably 2 podzol and maybe closer to 3 or 4 coarse dirt, and depending on how much rooted dirt we have, 1 or 2 of that. And I should only need 1 thing of grass. Meaning I can grab a bundle wherever I put those. Because I put them somewhere. Where that somewhere is, I have no clue. Is it in here? Oh, it is. Lovely. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Alright. 1. I need 1 bundle. Let's stop playing the shuffle the bundles, please. That is not what I'm trying to do. Alright. Dirt. Dirt. Special dirt. We should only need 1 of those. I'll only do 1 rooted dirt. You know what? Just in case, I'll do 2. Since we have a fair chunk of grass. And bop. Lovely. That's a whole lot of coarse dirt, and I won't be using it all, but you know what? Just in case if we use more than I think we are going to, it doesn't hurt. And now we'll actually have a bundle. The thing I said I kind of needed a little bit ago that I kind of forgot about. Every single time I came over here to grab things. You know, normal. Off we go. And since the wall is legitimately being broken into by I'm just going to say a mini tree, I'm definitely going to have some other things along with it, especially since it's going to be accompanied by the crystals. Which at this point, some of them are going to be placed by whoever built this place. And some of them... Thank you so much, Sage. I recently got my glasses. I've been doing relatively okay wearing them every day. Today's one of the few days that I forgot to put them on, so thank you, Sage. If you guys have glasses or need to take meds or anything like that, or drink water, here's your reminder. Take care of yourself. Wait a minute. Thank you for reminding me. But I don't think that affects my focus. Actually, it might. Who knows? What? Oh. I was like, wait a minute, where are the saplings? I'm using azalea. I don't need the saplings when I'm using azalea. Yes. Alright. There we go. No, that I didn't want to block myself in with a piece of spruce. Thank you very much. Makes it a little difficult. You know what? I think I want to make this a little bit of a bigger hole. Oh, there we go. I mean, that works, but not quite. Hold on. I need to put a temporary torch there. And you make that into birch, just so it's not too much oak connected to each other. Let's see here. Bop, bop. Bop. Please. Why? It's all spreading to the left. I don't know how that works, but apparently water damage only spreads that way. It doesn't actually, but that's what was occurring. Let's do... You know what? If I switch these around... Is it too uniform? It's too uniform. Dang it. How about... Wait a minute. This will technically make it a little bit bigger. But... if we do this instead... What would be here originally? Probably another end table of sorts. I can grab it, make the end table, and then I can cover it with debris. So this... that'll be enough. Right? Yeah, lovely. Because I was gonna need the trapdoors. Needed the stairs more, but did in fact need the trapdoors. If we have it too close to here, it's gonna be too much, but I think that'll be fine. I think that's enough space that it's not too cramped when you walk over here. We'll see. Plus, let me just put a torch down so we don't have a real problem. Plus, we can have it kind of collapse. So at this point, it's probably more so like this, just due to the fact it is aging. You know what? Of course. Of course! Should have made more slabs. But no, I made trapdoors, which I still needed, but dang it. Oh, wait, I didn't need more slabs. Yay, I didn't make more slabs! I didn't waste materials! Alright. Let's do this instead. So that way it looks like the support on that end has fallen, but I think I need to flip it. Because over here, there's not going to be much weight and pressure. Over here, we're going to have a lot more weight and pressure. So let's swap those real quick. Bop, bop. Because that's where the tree is coming out, and it's going to be poking its head out, leaning against the table. Over time, that table is going to be like, ah, why are you putting weight on me? That is way too heavy for what I'm designed for. With a lot of water damage. Yeah, I think that'll work. And then back here, I think what I'll do is I won't actually make like a big area back here, but I think I can make a... Would it be an illusion? It would be a type of illusion, I guess. But essentially what I'm thinking of doing is all the way back here, we have moss. And then up here we can have the wood coming to the foreground. That crafting table startled me. I don't know why, but my brain was like, oh, that's a skeleton. Don't know how. Doesn't look anything like a skeleton. Their skelly is right there. But apparently, it is now a skeleton. I haven't actually used fences for trying to make trees, so this will be a learning experience. Where are my... I would like the scaffolding. There we go. No, I both love and hate scaffolding. Come on. I don't think I want to go down. I just want to crouch so I can not fall off. There we go. I don't know. I don't usually make branches. Plus, it'd probably look a little better if it was the other way around. Instead of it going to the side, it's going up. Do I have a pair of shears in here? Do I have a pair of shears upstairs? I believe I do. So I think it'll be fine in the long run. Worst comes to worst, I misplace things, and I'll have to get more. We have a whole bunch of azalea. I'm not too concerned. But back there, doing that, because the moss is green, and you can see it through the leaves, it kind of makes it so it looks like it's very, very dense foliage. Yeah. I mean, I could have put something to glow back there so you can actually see back there, but I think this works a little better. Because if this is super dense foliage, there probably wouldn't be all that much light going through, even if there was a cave back there. I mean, it could be wrong, but that's the thought process. And you know what? Let's grab these real quick. I'm going to put a little bit of moss over here. And I think I'm going to replace some of the floorboards with the dirt instead as well. Either dirt or moss. At this point, it kind of looks like it was kind of pushed through the wall. Like if there was more dirt buildup over here. In all fairness, if I replace this with dirt and have a little bit of dirt right there, it can kind of more so look like it's been pushed out. But I think having it up there is a little much. Do definitely need to take this one though. Maybe not that one because I did legitimately only put it there because of the fact of this is broken. But that's fine. Oh, did I actually grab it? I must have. Let's do... I could do normal dirt, considering that's a little too far to spread, I think. But I'm fine with using coarse dirt. Doesn't hurt. In fact, I'll take this and make it normal dirt, so that way we can have a little bit more grass. I'll move you. I might legitimately want to break that, even though the whole reason I have it there is because of that. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You know what? I'm gonna put moss there instead. Yeah. It's a small little area. Very overgrown, all things considered. I forgot to put you in there. There we go. Lovely. You know what? I could have come back with either purple or red carpet just to put on top of there, but we'll see. Because having that little splash of color might actually help. Let's grab those. You know what? I'll experiment. This may look awful for all I know, but the only way to know is to experiment. I mean, it does in fact look very overgrown, which is the thing I'm wanting to do, so it's not terrible. Because it is definitely covering that. I didn't need to put the fence there, but the fence is now there. And you can barely see it if you really look very closely. But you know what? That's not bad. As a way to show that this place is kind of falling apart, it's definitely not the worst thing in the world. You know what? I'm gonna put those in there. I'm gonna make these into slabs once again. I didn't think I'd be using this so much. But the amount of times I've used that stone cutter today, just because of the fact I keep getting more deep slate, since I am underground and kind of need to mine to actually get stuff, or place stuff more so. Makes sense. But definitely not what I was expecting. I probably should have made some of those into walls. Bop, bop. Lovely. You know what? Thankfully, the ceiling's high enough that I still want to work on it, of course, but I don't think I'm going to do much texturing to the ceiling. Like, I'll put definitely more moss and everything, but I don't think I need to worry too much about putting, like, tuff or blackstone or anything like that on the ceiling because of how tall it is, at least down there. I could probably just get away with doing stuff on the side because everything else is taking the attention. What am I looking for? I am looking for something I do not have in this chest. I mean, I do need the lantern, so I'll take it. But not what I'm actually looking for. I could drop off those. I need to place those buttons. For now, I think we've used the warp block as much as we need to, because I don't want to overuse it. Let's see here. Anything else? I don't think so. So I'm only going to be putting one lantern down. I might need more, so we'll see. But I don't think we'll need the chain. I wanted to use the copper bars, but at the moment I can't think of anything that the copper bars would fit with at this moment. At least with this specific build. I can see them with a lot of things, but in this specific build, I'm not seeing it as much. You know what? Wait. I'm gonna grab, what, two? Two. I'm gonna grab 2 chain, hang a lantern from both of those areas. Probably wouldn't light much of the floor, but it'll definitely look good. Really need to eat. There we go. So, 2 chain. Oh, right, I also have jack-o'-lanterns I can use to light up the area as well. Because I'm not working on the wall anymore, I can put those away. At least for now. I think I'm gonna grab another flower pot. No. No? Yes. I'm gonna grab another flower pot. I think down there, the table I have right next to the stairs to the left of them, I think above that, I can put a little board of sorts. I think I'll probably end up using maybe concrete or something to that effect for that. But I could definitely put a temporary thing. Do I have a block that would work for that right now? Not entirely. At least not on me. I'd have to look at the chat. No. I didn't want it there. Honestly, that lights up a fair chunk. Still gonna need a lantern here. Probably end up being on the side. Or, wait, instead of having it on the side, because normally I would want to put it in the center, but if there's gonna be a map here, the map is gonna be, well, if it's not gonna be the whole table. Hold on. That is 2, 3, about? Maybe? You know what? There we go. I'm also gonna put a cluster right here. I need to go back upstairs. I need to grab... You know what? I'll just grab all of the chain. I thought I only needed 2. I needed more than that. And knowing me, I'll probably be like, oh, I need more chain. And I have to grab more. So might as well grab the entire thing. But if we have it hanging from the ceiling here... means it'll be well lit. What we can even do is... well, that would be... what would be the block? Honestly, the block that I would think to put over there to reinforce it would be blackstone. I don't have enough blackstone for that. I think I have a singular blackstone. That is why we're going to be heading into the Nether later. It wouldn't hurt to keep that in mind and save it for later in that regard. I need a stair over there. But since I don't have one, that'll do. I don't want to have too much going on the ceiling, considering the fact that there's not going to be... I don't want all of the attention up here anyways. There's not going to be much going on, and all of the focus is going to be, hopefully, a lot further down. But I don't have enough moss. That's fantastic. You know what? Fairly certain the slime chunk is in this general direction. I don't know where in this general direction, but I'm fairly certain I had a reason that this was here. Wait, no, this was for... basically, I wanted a door here because of this cave. But there is a slime chunk in the other door. That's down the walkway? Down the stairs? Right? Is it... oh, it's right here. That's the slime chunk. Alright. That was close. Yeah, it's... If only. I totally don't have enough bone meal for what I need to do. Totally. I love being able to say stuff like that. Because there are often points in early game territory where it's like, I legitimately don't have this thing. Dang it. Yes, I have to wait. But there's a lot I don't have to do that for right now. I mean, sure, there's still some things I legitimately do have to do that for. For instance, dripstone. But other than that, it's not too bad. Not too shabby. Alright. Have fun. And good luck with your skin routine. It's always good to have one of those. You know what? I'm gonna grab these. I do want a bigger one. Probably actually around here, considering there's a whole lot of overgrowth in this area. Maybe not like that. What about like this? I mean, it's odd, but I think it works. You know what? I can see if I ever come back to this, just tidying up a few of the decorations once we have other blocks, like in the very far future, because I'm not going to end anytime soon. But I think purple blocks might be close enough to amethyst that we can smooth out some of the things that we use amethyst for. Maybe. Not a guarantee, but if I had to guess, and if I needed stairs for anything purple, purple would be my first guess. Alright. Honestly, I really like this. Like, if you don't pay attention to the fact that the ceiling is... the majority of the ceiling is just deep slate, like normal deep slate, and that stuff, you can tell what is edited and what's not. But if you ignore that part, I really do like this. Because I have the wall kind of broken into by a tree and just being overgrown and everything. I think looks really cool. Like, this is probably like the slowest growing plant in the entire place, well, excluding the poppy and the dandelion in all fairness, but considering it's an azalea tree, that one has grown a whole lot more than that one. Then again, I don't want it to be too much. I guess I could try and trail a little bit down. But even just doing that looks like it's too much. And now you can't really see it. So yeah, I don't think so. For now, that'll be good. I need to put just a few mossy carpets. Not everywhere, but just enough to add a little bit more to the floor. There we go. And then over here, of course, we have some on the ceiling and that crystal. So I think that works. Honestly, yeah. I like that. Downstairs, mostly done, except for making a little board over here, which we can... I don't know. I'm leaning towards concrete because of the lack of texture. Because if we want a board that you can pin stuff on, like, sure, corkboard has a lot of texture, but I can't think of something that would look like corkboard except for what the wall is already made out of. Well, partially, which would be oak. Unless I'm missing a block in my repertoire, but off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. Well, maybe actually straight up dirt. If there wasn't dirt just a few blocks over there, probably would try dirt. But I think because we have dirt legitimately just a few blocks over, you'd be able to know. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't hurt to try. We can even mix a little bit of granite into it. We can see how that works out. And since that is going to be, well, mostly all for the downstairs area, except for that, I forgot to put the jack-o'-lanterns. I'll do that, because I'm actually really happy with that downstairs area. And then we just need to do the upstairs area. And then anything that's out here, I think I'm going to save for when we actually start doing some of the other areas and shops of the older civilization. So that way I can be like, okay, if this is this area, then we should probably have a trail here. So I can't put anything here, etc., etc. Because it would really suck to put something down and be like, oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. I have to move that now. All right. Let's grab you. You know what? If there was a very fine border around it, I could see that working as like a cork board of sorts. It's not terrible. It would just need a frame around it. Similar to what we did during one of our hardcore series where we had a frame around the map and we had that backing. If we had the backing like this, it would look more like a cork board where you can just stab things onto the board and be like, hey, there's a bounty for blah. But I don't think I could put a definite border around it. Or at least not a good one. I could put a little bit of a border. Please, I'd rather not. There we go. Oh, you guys are fighting each other. Because I'm standing. Alright. I was gonna say, why are some of you dying? It's just because I was standing in the way of line of sight. That works. At least there was enough skellies to where I wasn't shot. There we go. Lovely. Pop that down there. I think I'm gonna put a jack-o'-lantern over here. Just because it's a little dark in that area. And also jack-o'-lantern. And a jack-o'-lantern over here. I know technically the spooky season's over, but I didn't place that many jack-o'-lanterns. So I'm just going to continue placing jack-o'-lanterns until I feel like I have done a good enough job with the jack-o'-lanterns. Hold on. Wait. I think I know what would make it better. If we... Hold on. I need to make at least 2 more? 2 more sets of trapdoors. I might be able to make a frame around it that feels right. Potentially. Now, I'm gonna need 1 more. Alright, hold on. Up we go. Just because we end up using a whole lot of trapdoors, I might as well make a few more. Because I have a feeling we're gonna use at least a few. But we can make a small frame around here. What if we did this instead? Nope. Dang it. And then on either side is a slab, and then trapdoor. I mean, it's a framed little corkboard area. Looks a little odd because the little flares at the top makes me think that it's going to be more so like a bookshelf. Because I did actually make a few bookshelves with a design similar to this. And it's not supposed to be a bookshelf. But if I have it like this instead, I mean, it's not terrible. I don't know. It's probably the most stable thing that we've built that is down here. I'll say that. That's for sure. You know what? Oh. Alright. Nope. I just wanted to grab the pumpkin. I didn't mean to grab the floor, too. Ow. Rude. I say as I'm the one that walks through it. That's a better place for the jack-o'-lantern. And I can also put... Do we still have the crafting? We do! Lovely. I could also put a barrel right beside it. It's a small little thing. People could be like, oh, hey! I don't know what they'd use back in the day. I'll just say thumbtacks. Oh, hey, a push pin. That is not a thumbtack. Ah, close enough. I'm gonna put this bounty onto the board. Hey, warrior wanted for slimes that keep attacking this area. That area? Close enough? Oh, no, it's technically that area. Oh, so that is a slime chunk still. Alright, cool. But that is definitely the closest we're gonna get to a corkboard texture. You know what? I learned. I'm definitely going to use it in the future because I actually do really like that. And the fact that there's a little bit of an extra ledge so the pumpkin isn't directly on the edge where I can just be like, you know what, I'm going to fall, is lovely. I mean, sure, we don't have that on this side, but that's fine. We don't need it on all sides. We just need it on that one side. Yeah. And I did forget to put a little bit of glow lichen. I mean, don't have a whole lot of glow lichen, but... Okay, why did I do it in this way? I mean, it's fine. We have a whole thing of shears, so it doesn't matter, but we'll say I would like to not misplace it as often. And grab those. And I'll put a little bit growing on the pumpkin. You know what? There we go. Now we have a little bit growing on the pumpkin. That's actually kind of fun. I like it growing on the pumpkin. Looks neat. All right, that is the downstairs complete. Now we can go all the way up here. And we're going to have to move this a little downstairs. Just enough so to where we can actually place things down instead of having a chest in the way and a few crafting tables. Let's grab all of this and put it into this chest. At least until we can't anymore. Well, that's one. Lovely. For a half a heartbeat, I was thinking, oh, I could grab that all in one go. I cannot. Can I? Oh, I can, but I can't grab the chest with it. I was going to grab the chest with it. It's going to break the chest. But that wouldn't have worked. There would be a chest on the ground. Not that it would hurt too much, because, hey, at least the chest is the only thing that's on the ground, but still. Where did it... Oh. I'm so used to my inventory being so full that I can't pick anything up. Alright. So for up here, we're going to need... What's the floor? The floor is... not dark oak or spruce. Or oak. I don't think I've used dark oak as a floor recently. Have I? No, I think the floor in the giant place above where we go downstairs, the one that doesn't have a roof, I think that place has oak for a floor. At least I'm fairly certain. So we can use spruce. Where did this... Didn't I have slabs? There they are. Lovely. Gonna grab those. I'm gonna make... You know what? I'll just make all of these into pots. It's fun to have the pots. They're a good little decoration thing. We're gonna need the sign. What's the other sign made out of? Oak. But I'm going to pretend that it's written on the wall directly. No. I don't know. Because I think using spruce is actually going to be better for this specific area. And also I can grab the... You know what? I'm going to grab the glow ink right now. Just real quick. Oh, there's a lot of skellies. Don't mind me. Just gonna grab this. And take care of you guys. And since every once in a while I might as well just come down here to get a few more levels. Doesn't hurt. Especially since I need to repair my pick. It is really hard to hit you when you are jumping right in front of me. Just saying, you are doing an amazing job of evading. Because of the fact there are leaf particles, it freaked me out so bad. I thought there was something coming to attack me, and I didn't know what it was. All I knew was that it was something, and it was right there. Which is always lovely to know. Be like, oh hey, I'm going to build. I'm inside of my building. Oh, hey, something's coming after you. As long as it's not a creeper, though, it should be fine. The majority of the time. Ish. You can hope. I have a normal azalea, which is lovely. I don't think there's going to be much on the bottom, because the pond is above, so the majority of any of the foliage is going to be up top, so I don't think I need to worry about any of the firefly bushes or anything like that. You know what? I'll grab the copper bars. I'll see if I can find a way to use them in a way that fits. I think copper chains are probably going to be the most used. Then again, I love the copper bars and even the iron bars, even though those are expensive early game. But I haven't actually found a good way to use them in the majority of builds, I'll say. But it's fun to experiment. Doesn't hurt. I don't think I'll need the dark oak. I think it'll be too much. Because the floor is already deep slate. So if it's dark oak, it's just going to be dark on dark on dark. Which means we're not going to really... Well, you'll be able to see it, but it's definitely going to be harder to see than if it wasn't that. A little bit of moss. I'll have a little bit of coarse dirt. Anything else? Anything at all? No, I think it's all. I think it's gonna be fine. I do, however, want to have a little bit of the warped warp blocks down here because they are over here as basically either collapsed copper or just algae covered copper. And since I'm leaning more towards the algae side, I'm fine with having some of it go onto the wood as well. It looks odd, but it's because it's supposed to be overgrowth. It's not supposed to be... Where am I? Oh, there they are. I was gonna say, where's my scaffolding? But it's not supposed to be matching the thing. At first it was, but then it looked more like algae than it being a collapsing thing of copper. Please? There we go. Still trying to get used to that. Right. I need to be careful then. I forgot that the ceiling was gonna have issues. You know what? Thankfully, even though it's gonna have issues, it at least matches with what is in that general area anyway. At least for the most part. I have more slabs. Right? I should. Let me drop off the coarse dirt real quick. Still gonna need the moss. I do, in fact, have more slabs. I'm not gonna need too many, but I'm gonna need them in some areas. Mostly over here. Can I... That should be enough. Maybe. You know what? Gonna put that in there just so I can make stairs. There we go. Nope. Alright. I really need to truly learn how to use scaffolding. There we go. Because sure, it's very useful. But sometimes, if you don't actually know how to use it, it can be a little frustrating. Alright. I'm going to drop off the slabs so I can... The stonecutter's not up there anymore. So I can make 2 of these. And bring them downstairs, because I did forget to do that. I have the ability to put them up, so I might as well. I was going to put it there, but since that is occupied, I'll put one there, and put one there. Which in the long run should be completely fine. For the most part. This is what happens when I place things that hurt me in places I walk. Ah, we're not even in the Nether yet. I should not be this jumpy. Alright. There we go. And since I'm down here, I'm gonna take care of these guys. Give me all of your XP. Please. Please? Can you stop jumping where I'm trying to hit you guys? It really makes it difficult. Please? Thank you. And thankfully our inventory was full enough that we didn't pick up anything else. That is the upside of having a full inventory. You won't pick up things that you don't want. You just won't pick up things you do want as well. What is going on over there? Hold on. Ah. Well, that's part of the issue. But it's also kind of collapsing, so I can get away with that. Because otherwise, it's just going to be a random hole in the copper. Alright. Good? We should be good. At least for the most part. And if this is going to be the shop part, we're probably going to want an actual area for them to stand in. I don't want it too close to this, so this might be a little too close. But worst that happens, I'm going to need to turn that. I don't actually have to, but I felt like I had to. There we go. Put one over here. They can get in and out. Perfect. It's a little desk area. Not too much, not too little. But it is really close to that, which is where you come in. Which isn't the best. I think I'd prefer it if there was at least a block. Yeah. So maybe if we did this instead? So it'll be more so in the middle of the walkway. Or not the walkway itself, but in the middle of the window, more so. Then bop and bop. So that way they can get in and out with ease without having to actually jump over. Honestly, we can also... Ooh, you know what? You know what? You know what? Is that the edge? No, this is the edge. Give. Just as a small little thing, similar to what we did, I think, upstairs? Was it upstairs? Up we go. It is! Oh, I put the bars there. You know what? I could do that upstairs as well. Where the bars can be this main support, and then the chains just hang off of the bars. That's actually... Good job, past me. I forgot I did that. I think I probably did it because I was out of chain, but still. It definitely worked. And then we could put those there. Yay! Do I want to use trapdoors in that area? Doesn't hurt to test out trapdoors, but I don't know. What I do know is that if I'm going to use trapdoors, I do not have enough. Alright, good night, Sage. There we go. We now have the last trapdoor we need, if this is going to work. If it was the other way around, that would actually be lovely. But it's not. And if we did have it the other way around, we'd run into other issues. So what we can do instead is... Let me grab those real quick. Gonna put the copper bars away for now. And I'm gonna put the glow ink and the sign away as well. That should be fine. I just need the inventory space. But we can have it also be a little aged. And we can have either on one side I'll put a stair, on one side I'll put a full block, and we'll see how it looks. I think the full block is going to be too much, but doesn't hurt to try it out. I'm gonna have to do that. But essentially have it to where it sinks instead. Just because it's aging. Where... Oh, why are you running away from me? I mean, that's not the worst. The left side's definitely better than the right side. I'm gonna make a few... There we go. Because we're not gonna see it from afar, so technically it doesn't matter, but... Especially since we're not gonna see it at this angle. But it doesn't hurt if I want to make this design again. Honestly, not terrible, but I don't think it's for this specific thing. I don't think it would be for this type of shelf. Maybe for a different type of shelf somewhere, but not for in here. I think we can easily get away with... Hold on. Well, I didn't need to do it all the way around, but you know what? That works. I think we can get away with having spruce. If we have the trapdoors in the center, it's going to look odd because it's curving upwards. It would need to curve downwards. Right, that was the whole reason I was trying to do the other thing. Dang it. Fine, I'll do this instead. It is a little bit more extreme since there isn't that good of a jumping point between dark oak and spruce. But in all fairness, if we are going to have this start rotting away, is definitely not too bad. So I think I want it down at least one more. At the very least. Because then we can also have a few armor stands. And the only problem at this point would be it's a little cramped over here. Because they'd be looking out, being like, huh, there's something just right here. But it's also not the worst thing in the world. Because you have to make sure that you can actually access everything. Do I have a random barrel that I can place? Or am I going to have to make one? I'm going to have to make one. Alright. Then I'll make one out of spruce and oak. I'll put you there. I could put... Why am I going to put the heavier... Would it be heavier? It depends on what's in the barrel. But I'm going to be putting 2 armor stands right here. Lovely. I don't know why I was trying to hang that on the bottom. Kind of hard to do that when it is not a bottom block. It is a top block. I mean, I don't want it to be that symmetrical. I know it doesn't necessarily matter, but it is something I would like to make sure I don't put too much of. I also need to make sure I actually remember to put some of these down. I put one right here. And bop, 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 bop. Lovely. That one I'll let grow to the floor. This one I actually do need to be careful with because I don't want to run into it all the time. This one I'll have grow close to the floor, but not quite. There we go. You can grow all the way to the floor, and that should be fine. Mossy carpet. If there is going to be moss anywhere, it would be... Oh. Fine. Can I target this instead? Yeah. On top of you, and anywhere where the moss is actually seen. Okay, not there. Lovely. There's not a lot of moss on this side. But I can put it right here. Basically, like, it can be tracked over here in some capacity, because there could easily be some sort of critter that's like, you know what? I'm going to call this my new home. And just kind of track moss all the way down. Alright. If there's going to be armor stands there. Hold up. Maybe not on all of it. I can have one armor stand up there, and I can have a jack-o'-lantern right here. And just have the armor stand in the center. Sure, it'll make this a little... Oh, it'll make it a little messy. Alright, fine. Put the jack-o'-lantern somewhere else. Like right here, so they can't actually get in through that side. They don't need to get it. They don't need multiple entrances to their workplace. No. But that's not too bad. It is definitely helping with the lighting. I feel like I'd like that better if this place wasn't so small. I'm still going to keep it, but I definitely need to work with it a little bit more. I think it's mainly because it's just hanging down. And with how thin it looks, it doesn't look quite right. At least in my mind. But if it's like that... I forgot you were still growing. But if it's like that, I can see it a little better. Still not great, but a little better. Honestly, I think an upside down stair of sorts, even if it's a copper stair, I mean, I'll have to go back home and grab said copper stair, but I think that would work better in the long run. Bop, and bop, bop, please. There we go. And let's go ahead and make you look overgrown. Okay, I'm gonna need to move that and put you on top of there instead. Lovely. All in all, not too bad. Still looks empty considering what's in here. Like, it doesn't feel empty with the actual stuff that's in here, but it doesn't feel that inhabited. So I definitely need to put an armor stand. I think I'll put a few more barrels. No, if we put more barrels, it'll be too much. I need to do something, because a lot of the stock is down there. So technically, they don't need too much up here, but I still feel like there needs to be something. So, you know what? I'm gonna put a fair chunk of this in here that I might still use. And I'll grab the things I know I'm not going to use at this very moment. Because I'm going to go back, because I do have copper here, but I'm fairly certain I have copper stairs at the ready. And I might as well use what I already have. Don't think I'm going to be using any sweet berries. I already put a lot of moss down. Not going to be using any of the cherry. We already have a lot of actual furniture in here. It's not the furniture that's making it look empty. It's just the life. There we go. Let's head home. Let's grab 2 stairs. 2 copper stairs. They'll most likely be unwaxed. I don't think I have any more waxed ones. Which kind of sucks, but doesn't suck too much. Because in all fairness, I do prefer them to be oxidized. Because I really do enjoy the color. But it'll be fine. I could have put a fair chunk of that away upstairs. Oh well. Still getting used to actually having a storage. Alright. Anything else I can put away in here? No. Cherry. We could put those at the bottom. Dark oak. That's the wrong chest. There we go. Bop, bop. We could put away the spruce as well. Because we're not going to be putting actual furniture in there anymore. Lovely. Amethyst is over here. I'm putting the glowberries with the sweet. No, I have a specific barrel for the sweet berries. They do not go here. They go with the pumpkin seeds. Right. Moss is up here. Didn't I put these trees in with the oak? I did. And then clay. Clay? There we go. And then the flower pots. Bone meal's upstairs. Chest dedicated to poppies. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. You know what? Slowly but surely, I am learning that storage system. I mean, yeah, I'm the one that organized it, but still, slowly but surely, I'm learning. And maybe one day, I'll stop leaving behind so many chests at a time. We'll see. We will see. I'm at least cleaning up this one, but I think that's mainly because we're actually relatively finished with this project, unless there's little odds and ends that were like, oh, hey, I forgot to do this. Or the area that is adjacent to it. It's kind of a part of it, kind of not. It's kind of, this build is kind of a part of that other build, so didn't I go over there for a different reason than just springs? I forgot to put away those. Armor stands. Right. Alright. Fine. You know what? I'm putting away more stuff. That's totally the main reason of why I didn't actually grab the items I wanted to. Ow. Alright, I need to grab one more flower pot. I meant to keep one of those. I didn't, but I meant to. I think legitimately, except for this, which I'm gonna just put a little bit. I think I can put all of this away except for the glow ink sack, the poppy, and unless there's not a torch somewhere, so legitimately this place is well lit. I don't need another lantern or anything. So I can also put those away if I can. You know what? I'll do that. Can I put all of this away? All in one go? It'd be lovely if I can. I can! Excluding the chest, because I'm going to leave the chest just so I can actually keep those things there. But you know what? I think this is the first project of this world that I have completely cleaned up after myself. So I'm gonna count that as a win. Because I think even the guest nursery just behind this place still has barrels, which is probably where the majority of any of my nether stuff is. It's not a lot. I think I probably at most have like 15 blackstone in there if I do have blackstone over there, but still not enough to be like, I don't have to go to the nether. I still do really have to go to the nether. Running low on a lot. Well, the potatoes could have been put away up there, but fine. I wanted to put away other things first, apparently. Do I already have a full double chest? No, I just keep putting them away in the wrong thing. Which is fine. It happens. Let's put away the azalea. I need to grow more azalea so I can get a lot more of the flowering azalea, since I have so many of the other. There we go. I can put away the chest, put away the copper, including the chain and the bars. And the iron bars can go back in here since the older places I'm basically leaning away from anything that is iron because it would be more of a sparse resource. At least in my mind. I'm thinking they would lean towards copper more so. Tough. Tough? Where did I put tough? There's tough. Hey, I found it. Lovely. I'm really low on tough. Jeez. I'm not too surprised. I do really like the block. But jeez, I thought I'd have at least a little more. Alright. I think that's jungle. Yes, it is. Lovely. Then we have birch. That's spruce. Dark oak. There it is. Wrong chest. I was close. Alright. At least the first few sections I legitimately have labels for. I technically have the materials to make more item frames. It's just I keep spacing it when I am, but like, I want to put labels on these chests right now. Especially since I really do want to go into the nether. At least a little bit. I'm scared to go in because I'm going to come in with my silk touch just so I can get the nylium, but still. Jungle. Wasn't I just in the jungle chest? And then extra light sources. Up. Put the torches back there. You know what? Jack-o'-lanterns count. Firefly bush goes in here. Yeah. Oh, I actually have a lot. Lovely. And everything else goes upstairs. At least I remembered before I went up the ladder. Kind of need both armor stands and pot. Pot, and do I have the smooth stone necessary for this? I honestly don't think I do. I can check. Would it be in the special? Oh, it would. Oh, I have more than enough. Never mind. I'll take it. Where is... Oh, did I take my stonecutter from here? Dang it. I had a stone cutter in here. And then I brought it to the skelly farm, which sure, I needed it there, but come on. I can make it down here. I have all the materials down here. I'm still very used to having my storage all the way up next to my bed. That'll take a little getting used to and unlearning, but you know what? That'll happen. Bop, bop. Stonecutter. Lovely. Should probably have an official place to put it, since this is my storage. But for now, I'll put it there. Just for simple fact of its functionality rather than looks. That is a few sticks. Whether that is enough sticks is a different question. Oh, it'll definitely be enough for 2. But if I wanted to make more, I would have been able to make a few. Alright. I have the armor stands, I have the flower pot. All of the armor we need is at the skelly farm. So I just need to put the rest of the stuff in my inventory away. We head to the skelly farm, and then we'll be fine. Up we go. You know what? Another thing I probably should do is enchant another axe. Because my axe is looking a little worse for wear. Definitely not as bad as my pick right now, but definitely not the best. Let's put the seeds in there. That's beetroot. There it is. Sweet berries. Wheat and bone meal. Oh, and potatoes. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Considering the fact that we're going to be going into the Nether, it probably would be best to enchant things and repair things before I go in, just on the off chance I do die. Because it would really suck if I did lose all these levels and didn't enchant. Not that I can't get them back relatively easily, but would rather do it before rather than after. Yeah, everything that I need is over here. Lovely. I can put the flower pot. I can grab these 3 things. Grab the chest. Lovely. Let's do... Honestly, since we're inside, this is probably just going to be, hey, this is what we have. For the actual name of the place, I don't actually have a name for this place yet. And the sign would be outside. So, for now, it is nameless. But let's do... bones. What would they trade? Because villagers in the current day trade emeralds. What would they trade back in the day? Maybe goods, maybe favors, if they know the seller. You know what? Just for fun, I'll do gold. Either gold or copper. But for now, I'll do gold. 12G per stack. Arrows. Probably 50. Probably gold nuggets, actually, if it's that many. gold nuggets per stack. And then armor, what would it be? Freshly collected armor? That's kind of a mouthful. It'd probably be better if it was just those, and then they would trade with the blacksmith or the armor smith and be like, hey, can you repair these? And then they're marketed out, and they get a part of the cut. That would probably make a little bit more sense. I don't think I ever paid attention to what that sounded like. Alright. Okay, good. I do have scuffling. Let's do pop. And pop. What armor? I should probably have another sign being like, and bows! Which then I could probably do armor. I have leather, I have gold. I think the majority of any of the copper is going to be down here. So I think I want one to have the majority of it being copper. Do we have maybe boots? No boots? Fine, I'll put pants. And they can have leather boots. And then the other one can have chainmail. Do I have leather pants? I do. Lovely. Leather pants and... I mean, I could do gold boots. Oh, wait. Ooh. You know what? Do I have another thing of leather pants? Probably upstairs. I'll do gold boots for that outfit, but let me grab a pair of leather pants from upstairs. It'd be over here. Yeah. I don't know why I wanted one to have copper boots, but here we are. Pop. 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 And pop. And then this one. No. I don't want to wear it. I don't want to. No, give. No. Give it. Get. Please. I would like to have my armor. Don't steal my armor. There we go. Like a small little snapshot from a different time. Honestly, I don't hate it. I will say I think it needs probably a carpet of sorts. Or maybe even just a welcome mat over here. I don't know. Then again, it kind of makes sense that it kind of looks dead considering the fact that it is supposed to be abandoned. But it does kind of look dead. It's like, huh, doesn't look like anyone's been here for a while. Which they haven't. So, hooray! I got that down. We'll see. We will see. But I'd say that place is sufficiently done. Hi. Alright. I still have my anvil up here, so I need to do that stuff up here. And I do have an enchanting table up there, but I also have one all the way down here next to everything else that I have. So, I don't know what I'm going to do with that enchanting setup up there. I'm kind of hesitant to tear it down just due to the fact of that Enderman up there, Sunny. Um, the only reason they're there is because of the two bookshelves. I'm fairly certain once I get rid of the two bookshelves that are right next to the blocks they're stuck in, they will be able to get out, which would suck. Let's go ahead and put away the chests. What am I going to do with the extra crafting table? I mean, I already have a spare crafting table in here, technically, which sure isn't the best, but this has all my bundles, the traveling bundle, which I usually have all the bundles in, potatoes for the villager breeder, and villager transportation mostly. Hence why it is right next to all of the villager stuff, and why I haven't moved it. I should really just have a chest, or even just a... That's what I can have. Hold on. No! Wait! I need that crafting table. I need that crafting table and those bundles, actually. And the little barrels beside the crafting table can be special things. Like this one could be traveling and or bundles. This one could be extra crafting tables for when I go building, or stuff like that. Or probably mostly building, considering the fact that we do have brewing stands, and those are a crafting table of sorts. Gonna grab that, because I think I'm gonna combine those since I have another efficiency 5 on breaking 3. It depends. It depends. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll make 1 a pick, 1 an axe. At the moment, that should be good. I mean, maybe I'll need a new shovel, but at the moment, I don't think I'll need a new shovel. I don't usually use my shovel all that much. Why am I going all the way over here? My enchanting setup is right there! Ah. This is why we can't have nice things. Alright. You know what? I'll just take that whole stack. I need to make an axe, a pickaxe, and I might as well... Where is it? I might as well make at least 1 book. I'll make 3. I'll make 3 books. Which means I do need to go back up there because all of my paper is up there. That is one downside of having the storage of where you're getting something right next to where you're getting that said thing. It's one of the only downsides, but still. Why not 15? I'm only gonna need 9. Only gonna need 9. Bop, bop, 3 books. Worst comes to worst, if the enchantments aren't great, I'll just use books. If there are good enchantments, I'll enchant the tools. I probably should enchant another diamond set so I can make a really good diamond set. But for now, it's fine. I'm breaking. I'm breaking. Honestly, because I don't have unbreaking on my axe, it wouldn't hurt. Especially since there's a high likelihood of it just having unbreaking. I mean, I won't complain. Unbreaking. What are we gonna get on a book? Riptide. I don't have a trident. So it's not gonna be too great. It'll be good, but it won't be the best. Oh! Oh, lovely! Oh! Oh! Lovely, lovely, lovely. You know what? Sure. Protection 3. Oh, fantastic. Hold on. Because I technically have a fortune 2 right here. That has Unbreaking 3 as well. Just so it doesn't become too expensive, I think I'll let this one break. Right? No, this has Unbreaking as well, so I'll combine it with my Soak Touch. And then any of the others I can just use to repair. But the Soak Touch is going to end up being very expensive as we go on. Because I think this is probably going to be around the 4th time I've repaired this pick. So it'll be up there. And there will come a point where it's like, no, you can't repair me anymore, which will suck, but lovely. We have that. I'm going to put it. No, I'm not going to put it away because I do want to at least grab the blue nylium before anything. Because it's just right outside my nether portal. And then I can put it away. Because I don't want to take too many chances and be like, oh, hey, that Silk Touch I took forever to get? Yeah, you don't have it anymore. That would be a sad day. Oh, I already had books. Oops. There we go. I'm not going to need scaffolding where I'm going. So I can put the scaffolding in my building chest. I don't technically need to bring my buckets, but you know what? Getting buckets of lava wouldn't hurt for the one time I do actually find dripstone. And then I can have infinite lava generation, so I wouldn't need to do it anymore. So it wouldn't hurt. I could technically make a whole lot of buckets if I need to. Night Lily. And because I'm going to be in the nether. You know what? Since I'm going to be in the nether, I think I'm going to focus on using the iron pick. I'll use this for whenever we come across quartz. But I think I'm going to focus on the iron pick so we don't dig too fast and end up getting hurt. And so we don't ruin the durability. Because netherrack tends to ruin the durability. Just a little bit. So go in, grab some nylium, go out, put the pickaxe away. Then we'll go back in and look for specifically blackstone. Because that's the thing that I want to be able to build with. Because it looks very structurally sound, and I'm using a lot of deep slate. So, in comparison, it appears to be more structurally sound. Please no. No, no, no. Don't. Thank you. All right. I am gonna eat some food before I head in. Last time I went in, and it was a long period of time before I went in beforehand, there's a fair chunk of... Hey, there's not a skeleton over here. Because last time there was, I think, a stray. Whew. Righty then. I forgot how fast this is. I mean, we have a whole lot of nylium. Sure, technically we don't need to bring it to the surface, but why not? I would like to have it on hand, so anytime that we need to get it and don't want to go to the Nether, we can do it. Didn't realize it would be that fast. It's been a while since I've been in the Nether and dug netherrack. It was a little fast. Just a little. But up. I could put the gunpowder away. Warped nylium. Where am I putting the netherrack? Netherrack. You know what? I'll do that, and then the last two will be warped nylium and crimson nylium. I could put the silk touch away. That should be good. My armor's looking fine. My shield's looking fine. I have food. I have torches. Everything's looking fine. I do wish I knew where those specific coordinates were. Because I have not, I'm not kidding, at least the equivalent of 3 very relatively long rectangle sticky notes, writing small, of coordinates. None of which have anything in the Nether. Weirdly enough. I think it's probably because I was being like, oh, hey, in this general direction is this. But kind of forgot to actually write down the coordinates. Which wasn't my bad. Oh, wait. You know what? Before we go in, I should probably be smart and take at least a stack of cobble. Would rather not go in and not be able to get out. There we go. I do not have wood, and I don't want to bring the coal because I have a feeling that is going to end up being a little bit of bad luck just due to the fact of how precious coal is. What wood do I have the most in? Probably jungle, if I had to guess, just due to the fact you get a whole lot when you cut down a tree, if it's a 4x4. So I'm not too concerned if I lose a little bit of jungle wood. Everything else should be fine. And I'm still going to be extremely careful because I legitimately don't want to lose the pick I just got. Because that is a very good pick. There we go. Out we go. I seriously wish I labeled these. I know I made these back when I was looking for the happy guest, I believe. Meaning, if I follow one of them for long enough, I will end up finding the Soul Sand Valley. Which, sure, would be nice. I'm fairly certain it's right next to the Soul Sand Valley. But it is not a basalt delta. Also, why in the world did I do it like this? I asked that, but it makes sense to me when I'm actually starting to make the path. It's only afterwards that it's like, huh, Why? Oh. Hi there. Oh, I see dirt. Lovely. You know what? I'm just gonna follow the dirt. I just now realized I'm not wearing gold. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, I'm close enough to home. Hold on. How about let's be smart? Let's be smart and follow the dirt. I'm so glad I actually made pillars and not just left behind torches. Because if it wasn't for those pillars of dirt, I would not be able to refine this trail. Alright. Need to go back out. Grab a thing of gold. Put it on, most likely, my head. And then I can come back and feel safe. Kind of forgot about that. There we go. Lovely. Nope. What does that have? Oh, protection and respiration. Nice. It's been a while since I looked at the enchantments on that. Not that I would survive for much longer if I actually did get attacked, but it'll at least save me if I run into some piglins. Okay, going through the dirt archway, then I could go through the second dirt archway, and then I could follow the path of dirt pillars. Everything is of dirt. And I think that's legitimately just because that was all I brought on that one time I did come by. Either that or it was all I had left in my inventory and this was on the way back. One or the other. This is totally safe. Alright. You know what? I did go the right way. There's that. How did I get over there, though? Because I want to go that way. Why didn't I light this up? Probably ran out of torches, in all fairness. I contemplated it. Ugh. Alright. Feel like I probably should have closed that off. Off we go. And as long as we're paying attention, we'll be fine. Oh. That's a lot of quartz. Oh, lovely. That was worth it. That was very worth it. Hi there. I am so very glad that I put on gold. Alright. Hi, everyone. Don't mind me. Alrighty then. I both love and hate the Basalt Delta. It looks cool, but it is so very uncomfortably dangerous, to say the least. I would like it if I could build across. I didn't have to do it like that, but you know what? That's fine. That is fine. rather do it like this and to end up in the fiery depths below. Do, 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 do. There we go. As long as we light it up, we'll know where to go the majority of the time. I don't like the fact that I'm going to be digging into this. That's kind of the only way that I can actually get to said blackstone. Even though this is probably not one of the smartest things to do. Just due to the fact of how much lava is usually stored in these things. Alright. In all fairness, the lava's far enough away that I'm not hearing it. So that's a good thing. We'll do that. I'll grab this and I'll replace it so that way I don't just fall. You know what? Drop down, drop down. I'll put a torch here instead. And I'll grab these. Oh. Even with an iron pick, this stuff breaks fast. It's lovely. It's a nice contrast to the deep slate. I think right about here is where I'll stop. Just so I don't go too far. Because I'd rather not get too stuck. Because I can definitely pillar my way out, but would kind of suck to dig too far down and find a whole bunch of lava. I hear a magma cube. I just have to hope that that is that away and not where I am. That is always the hope in this place. It's to my left, so it's most likely either underneath me or above me. Or potentially where I'm digging. I'm hoping it is to the left of me. Because I've seen that lava. I know that lava exists. I'm fine with that lava. Anywhere else would be problematic. Oh. Alright. Gotta be a little bit overkill, but that was my bad for not making another iron pick for specifically this. I need to make sure I give myself room for error. There we go. It's still to the left of me, so it's probably within this little section I'm digging in. So that's not great. Or at least I'm assuming so. Could be wrong. But it's fine. It's not like that's gonna cause any issues later, right? go. Eek. That's the outside world. I love it when I find that. As long as I actually know what's on the other side. That. Okay, sometimes even when I find out what's on the... Oh. I'd like to grab that. I don't want to be that close to the edge. I don't care if there's nothing behind me. I don't want to be that close to the edge. Knowing me, I will somehow fall off. And that would be unfortunate. To say the least. You know what? I am very glad I somehow had a general idea of where this place was and took the right way. Because I'm fairly certain I've technically traveled in all 4 general directions. Definitely not exactly, but at least the general directions enough to be like, okay, I think I know where all of the biomes are. But, whoa. Alright. But it's definitely good that I had a general memory of where it was. Otherwise, we would have been traveling for a little bit. Another place I would have liked to go to was the Soul Sand Valley, if we had to explore. But in all fairness, that one was tricky to find, and I legitimately don't remember. I think it was in this same direction, but I'm not positive. If it is, then we'll know where to look when we need to. Hey, I'm stopping at the right place. Or mostly. Actually, no. It is the right place. Yay! I don't want to be on the edge. There we go. You know what? I'll just take this as well. A little bit of basalt never hurt. Honestly, that's fantastic. I'm very happy with that. Because I'm almost 100% certain that, at least in the main storage, we had 1 blackstone. So we've definitely increased what we have. By a long shot. And it means we get to play with it a little bit more. Not that I think the older places would have that much blackstone, considering I don't think they'd go to the Nether just yet. But they might have a little bit just from trade, at least this specific area. The older areas probably wouldn't at all. Like the older areas that are gonna be way farther than where we are. So if we stick with this and actually do make several civilizations, that would probably be the plan. Alright. This isn't smart. I don't like this. But I would like to grab some of this. know it'd probably be better if I used Silk Touch, but honestly, sounds like a bad idea bringing 2 very good picks in here. Let alone the amount that we did bring in here. Here we go. Eek. Ha ha ha! How about no? Please? Uh-oh. Give. Please? Okay. Give. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Sure, it's just a little bit, but it still is glowstone, which I won't say no to. I wish you weren't straight up. But it's fine. Oh. Well, that makes things a little bit more difficult. This is fine. Let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up. And bop, bop. Hi, bunny. Alright. We good? I think we're good. I keep forgetting how unnerving the Nether is. A lot of fun. I love everything that's in it. But I think that's legitimately just because I've dug into so many things, at least back in the day, where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna be mining in the Nether. La da 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 da. And then random lava. Then I find a random lava pocket and it's like, oh, well, guess I'm dead. Guess I'm a die. Which sucks. I'm so glad that it's so close to home. I thought that was a lot farther. Not that I'll complain. I'll take it. Who? Look, I understand. You guys are having fun moving around blocks. But please don't move around my dirt pillars. That's kind of how I'm getting home. Kind of sucked to actually get lost in here. A lot. It suck a whole lot. Go. Ugh. You know what? I guess I'm getting some netherrack as well. Not that I need it. Well, actually, I might. Who knows? Maybe I want to build with nether brick, but as of right now, I don't think so. It is a pretty block, though. You know what? I don't have a hoe, so it's just going to end up being a floating thing. Because it takes forever to get those. But I would like some shroomlights. So while I'm in the nether, since I usually don't go to the nether often, I'll just grab a few of these. Especially since I'm fairly certain I still need a few just in the upper part of my base. I could be wrong. But I'm fairly certain. Okay, good. Alright. We all good? Lovely. These can get so tall. It's like, oh, please, I didn't look at you, I didn't look at you, I didn't look at you. Oh. But it's like, are you going to be, what? I think the minimum is 5? Is it 5 blocks? I'm either going to be 5 blocks or 20 some odd blocks. And it's like, oh, all right. I'm so glad that Enderman knew that was an accident. Because that would have very much sucked. You know what? I'm going to put another torch. That is hard to see. A better thing to do would probably be to make an official walkway. But as of right now, it gets a torch. At least until I think of something to make an official build in the Nether with. Because I didn't bring scaffolding, I don't want to pick too tall of trees, because then I'll actually have to build up to it. I also want to leave a full-on floating tree. But I think that'll be fine. I mean, that is the whole point of me bringing Nylium to the overworld, is so I can get more shroom lights a little bit easier. Because sure, I'm legitimately in the safest biome, all things considered. Doesn't mean it's as safe as home, though. The amount of times I've almost looked at an Enderman is uncomfortably so. Because they're like, ooh, I'm going to pick up this block that's right in front of your face. Okay. They don't get that up close and personal, but you break a block and it's like, hey, there's an Enderman. Even the Enderman's confused. Dude, earlier, I was trying to ask the Enderman why there was a sizzle of creepers next to my cherry blossom tree. I was trying to ask the Enderman what the creepers were doing, or something along those lines. Probably more so, look at this guy. Or what is with creepers traveling in packs? It was something along those lines. And then right after I said that, the Enderman went, I'm out, and teleported away. It evaded the question. It was very funny. It knew how to pick its battles. It was like, human who might not attack me, or creepers that'll explode me. I'll pick the human. Or whatever I am. Because, you know what, you can't really see it. I do have pointy ears, but... that's glowstone. Do I have a chest just filled with... I have a lot of empty chests. That's prismarine, so I'm assuming those 2 chests are going to be prismarine-esque blocks. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta go. You know, that's the best thing to hear when even the Enderman won't answer your question. Where am I storing my quartz? I swear I had quartz before. I mean, I might not have, but thought I did. I used to. It's not like it all... Did I seriously use all my quartz? I somehow used all my quartz. Alright. I guess that works? Question mark? Where shall I put said quartz? Unless it's over here. I'd be really confused if I had stored quartz over here, but you know what? There's nether wart over here, so there are weirder things. Banner, potions, food. Huh. Lovely. I mean, it's fine. It just means I need to figure out. You know what? Uh, I'll put this in the light source chest. Because I could put it in the tree chest, but since 2 trees have it, I wouldn't know where to put it. And I don't want it to be in 2 separate areas for no reason. So it'll go in the light chest. It is, in fact, a light producing block. It makes sense. Alright. If I were me, where would I want to put it? I'm tempted to put it in with the amethyst, honestly. But another place that would be good to put it is also in the valuables area, since it is extremely valuable. You know what? I'm gonna put all the things that are copper, but are not the copper ore or nuggets or anything like that, over here. Because either way, it's gonna end up like that. So might as well just preemptively do that. Since we don't mess a lot with the iron and we have an iron farm that already has chests for it, I think I can get away with... No, I could actually put it with the redstone. It would make sense if it was with the redstone due to there's at least 2 redstone things that require quartz, right? Hold on. Because there is comparator and I know the observer requires it. Hey, I was right. Lovely. I love it when that happens. Is it only those 2? I actually don't know the recipe for the auto crafter, so I wouldn't be able to tell that one. Oh, and the daylight sensor. Lovely. But everything else I'm fairly certain doesn't require it. So there are 3, as far as I'm aware. So having it in the redstone chest makes sense. Alright. Lovely. Especially since it is very valuable. You know what? Do I have string? I do. Just so it stops growing in that area. Because sure, I could just get rid of the vines. I like the vines. They just make it a little difficult to get into this chest. You know, the chest that has all of my extra gear. I have a lot of extra gear. Alright. How much did we get? About 5.5 stacks of blackstone in comparison to the one we had before. Honestly, I'm gonna call that a win. Sure, we went into the Nether for technically specifically just that, but we also got practically 2 stacks of quartz, about either a stack and a half or 2.5 stacks of basalt. I think it was a stack and a half. And we didn't die, which, sure, I'd be concerned if we did die. But it's a Nether. Anything can happen. So I'm going to call that a win. And while I am here, and I know that it's over here because I mentioned it before, so it's on my mind, I'm going to quickly empty these chests. Hey, there's all the quartz. Hi. I know it's been a while. You're adorable. I even have... Alright, I even have some carved pumpkins out here. I mean, I'll take it. But I can empty those, and then I can have that area. also emptied and cleared. That'll be 2 areas. 2. 2 of my builds will be free of their building clutter. You know what? That works. It is because I am building and need the materials, so I end up bringing barrels over, being like, I'll clean it later. And then I never do. But hey, I am in fact cleaning it later. For once. Plus, it means we'll actually be able to organize some of the other things as well. Because bones can just go in with the bones. Makes sense. Snow. Do I have any other snow? I think the rest of the snow is still up there. A surprising amount of birch. I didn't realize we had this much birch, but here we are. This is what happens when you leave things in places you're not going to check for a very long time. You know, I probably should do it this way instead. There we go. Worst comes to worst, I can rearrange that if we get more than that in nether quartz. But if we do, I think I'll be fine on nether quartz and I won't search for it too often. I think. Why? I'm the one that built the nursery. Why do I not remember using those? I don't remember what I was going to use those for, but you know what? I'll take it. Who knows? Maybe I'll use those in something else, because I probably will. Nope, wrong chest. And then spruce, spruce, spruce. Nether bricks, which will be netherrack, netherrack. This is also netherrack. That's going to be crimson. We could put nether brick on the bottom row here, just above the different nyliums. And copper. These are blocks, so we can just put them there. Sand. Do I have sand? I actually have sand labeled. Hooray! Carved pumpkin. That legitimately goes upstairs. Sure, it's a carved pumpkin, but it's not lit. So it doesn't go... Well, I guess it could. We'll look in the pumpkin chest and see if there's carved pumpkins. If there's carved pumpkins, it's going to go in that chest. If there's not carved pumpkins, then I'll go into the light chest. It's going into the light chest. Got it. I think another thing I need to do is make a mental note of what I want to do with all of the powdered snow I have. Because I know I want to make a little hidden area that you can only get in using powdered snow. Just because I don't think I have done that in survival yet, and it'd be fun. Either that or make traps. And the traps will most likely end up killing me more so than anything else. But it would be fun. But at this point, I am hesitant to actually harvest any of my powdered snow just due to the fact of... Hold on. I have a whole chest dedicated to it because I know if I harvest it again, I'm going to get a whole lot. Where is it? I have... I think 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 11. Yeah. I have 11 buckets of powdered snow. So, at the moment, I have enough for a few things. So for now, I'm not going to harvest any of it. Because there's no point to if I'm not going to use it anytime soon. At least I don't think so. Alright, I'm putting it here. Andesite. That's tough. I use so many different tough blocks. Jeez. I make so many. I use so many. And then I have just a random amount that I'm just going to stick in a chest somewhere and forget I have. But you know what? At least it's somewhat organized. Somewhat. For the most part. You know what? I'm just going to move this over here. Just so it follows the pattern of every other chest that I have. More blackstone. So in total, before we went out to get blackstone, I had 6. Only 6 blackstone to my name. We have definitely increased that. But still, that was not a lot of blackstone to my name. And then we have the snow. We have... You know what? I'm going to put these beside each other, since they do correlate. How about I do something like this instead? Yeah. That'll work. Barrels. You know what? You know what? Any extra storage thing I have, so that's building, that's adventuring, will go in here. It'll go in my anomaly chest. It is kind of an anomaly because all of the others are general things I can, as long as it's the same type of block, I can put together. But those are a little different. Magma. Do I have a place for magma blocks yet? I mean, I could put it in with here, because I'm not technically going to need too much of any of this, I don't think. Not unless I'm going to create a Soul Sand Valley outside of this place, outside of the Nether, which would be a project. It'd be an interesting project, to say the least. I can carry Silk Touch on me all the time, but I think I'm gonna just make another iron pick in case I come across an area that I don't want to use my diamond pick. Because why not? I am kind of running low on diamonds. So. And the ominous bottle. I'm fairly certain I'm keeping all of my ominous potions at the trial chambers. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain. Every single time I go down here, a part of me really wants to try and jump into the water again. But the majority of times I have tried, I have fallen to my death. It's kind of like a self-made trap. Alright. Skelly spawner. Unexplored. Trial chambers. Down we go. I don't think that cave is unexplored anymore. I think I need to change that sign. You know what? We can go ahead and explore it now. Nothing's stopping us. Especially since right now we're kind of doing organization and maintenance and stuff like bleh, and stuff like that. Doesn't hurt. Why did I... You know, it makes sense that I stored it in the bundle, but come on. I could put it in the bundle when I am actually ready to do it. Let's do... This is ominous 2. This is ominous 5. So on 5. Lovely. I am kind of sad that was a small trial of chambers, because it means we didn't have... There was one... Well, we might have. It's been a while. But I'm fairly certain we were missing the It wasn't technically big, but like the bigger loot chest thing. Unexplored cave. The reason I think that we explored this is because I think it might be attached to the trial chambers just slightly. Because I remember I was digging. I found an unexplored cave. I dug, then I found the trial chambers, or something along those lines. And for this, I am definitely... Oh no, I have not. Alright. Let's see what we find. I thought for certain this was going to be the one attached to the cave, but it was not. I won't complain. I mean, it means that we might be able to find some diamonds or something along those lines. So I'll take it. Even if it is a little... odd. I think the only reason I say that is just for the simple fact of it's been a while since we've been caving, and we just came from the Nether. So I'm a little on... Ow. I'm a little on edge. But that's fine. You know what? I don't necessarily need the iron. But I'll take the copper, and I'll take this gold. As much as I kind of want to grab the iron anyway, I think I'll wait until I have a use for the iron ore itself. For the simple fact of I don't want to grab the iron ore and then out of everything sacrifice it if I did find something cool in here. I mean, I didn't. But if I did, like if I somehow found a mine shaft, but that was not the case. Where? Ah, right up here. I would like to go up. There we go. Lovely. Perfect. Plus, if we do find even a small pack of diamonds, we'll actually get a whole lot just due to the fact we got very lucky. I took a chance and it worked out. I mean, sure, I took several chances and I have several pickaxes that are just efficiency either 4 or breaking 3. And a few that were combined, so it's efficiency, what? 5? But that is now an explored cave. You know what? Since that is an explored cave and there's nothing down there, I'm just gonna take that. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. You know what? Where... Why did spinning around get me so lost? Since we did just explore that cave, and we do have this new pick, let's go down until we no longer want to. Or if we find a place that we are feeling like it's not as safe as we'd want it to be. Because I want to find a few diamonds just to see what I can get. And I'll take the redstone. Probably don't need to use fortune on it, but I'll take it. Will not say no. I'll take it all day long because redstone is lovely. And it is something that I like to dabble in. I don't do it often. But I should probably do it a little bit more often than I do. Especially just so I can have an overabundance of stuff that I need. Just so I don't have to be like, oh, now I have to get this and this. probably one of the first ones I'm going to do that is true on redstone is probably going to be moss farm. I'm going to be honest. The amount of times I've gone in being like, oh, hey, I need moss. And then I just kind of destroy an area. Moss would probably be the best one. Is this a new one or an old one? Is this a new one or an old one? Hold on. It should be the old one. But we'll see. We'll see. Where in the world is my pen? I don't touch my pen for how long, and this is what happens? Alright, fine, I'll use a pencil. So, you know what? If this is the old one, pencil is good, so I can erase it. So let's do 144, -35. And then we can just go to the trial chambers over there, which I'll just put the tough bricks in, and see if it's the same one. If it is, alright. If it isn't, then we have a new thing we can do. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that was actually lit. For some reason, that looked a little dark, and I was concerned. I don't remember how far I dug to get to said trial chambers. Because it's been a while since I've been over there. This is where our actual get in, get out spot is. But I did run into it in the one before. And I don't necessarily want to run through it due to not really being prepared. I'm prepared enough that I don't think I'd immediately perish, but it's definitely not something I'd want to do at this moment. I'm just gonna follow this. What was it again? 144. So 2 this way. Oh. That's because we were in the wall. Fair enough. And I think we were also down a little bit. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, -35. I'm a little off. Yeah, that's fine. That's lit enough. 35. There it is. Alright, yeah. It's the same trial chambers. That's probably one of the most convoluted ways to find out, but you know what? At least we found out. You know what? I'm gonna dig over to the left here. Since I want to... Do I want to start the... No, I'm actually going to use the tough. Fine. On my search for diamonds, I have found but a trial chambers I have already explored. I mean, in all fairness, I was digging down one I've already been down, but... figured we genuinely explored that cave. It wouldn't hurt. As much as I want to go through it, to dig to the other side, that sounds kind of like a bad idea. So instead, let's start this one. We might find a cave, we might find diamonds, we might find legitimately nothing. I will say sometimes it's a gamble. It's been a while since I've done this, since I don't play when I'm not on stream, at least as of recent, because I'm doing my best to let myself rest. Because, yay, injuries. But kind of forgot how fun it is to do with the slight thought of, I wonder what I will find. Sometimes it's terrifying. Sometimes it's exciting. Sometimes it's death. I guess I can count it as exciting. As some form. Anyway. There's definitely a cave to the right, it sounds like. I think for now, unless we break into it, I'm going to stay away from the cave. Mainly because I want to keep these as aligned as possible, so when I go into the other lane, I can find the cool thing. I'm gonna search for diamonds. Yeah. You know what? We did, however, light up a cave that was not lit up before, though. There was at least that. And a lot of bit of redstone. Other than that, yeah, it was pretty fruitless. Though in doing this, I am getting more deep slate. Not that I need more, but I am in fact getting more. It's probably one of the things I need the least of. It's probably along the lines of cobble at this point. But still, I do tend to use it a little bit more often than cobble. So I will not complain. Even when the game tries to suffocate me and fail. There we go. I know I could have done that in a much easier and more efficient way, but it's fine. That's light enough, hopefully. Fairly certain that's not a 0 in the lighting category. And if it is, well, hopefully whatever spawns there is not either a baby zombie or a creeper. Oh. What in the world? I mean, that's definitely a type of generation. What in the world? Don't suffocate me. Thank you. I thought for a half a heartbeat, the lava was the one making the water noises. There's probably a thing of water behind it, but I did not see it. So I thought I was losing my mind. I don't feel comfortable going too close to that. Ugh. Alright. This is fine. This is fine. As long as we light things up, it'll be fine. Maybe. Oh. Oh! You know what? Found what we were looking for. Sure, it was only a 2-pack, but we got 6 diamonds from that. I legitimately can't complain. It's the most diamonds we've got in a little bit, considering I haven't gone mining in a while. I don't feel comfortable with that. I know I could block it off, but I think I have a sign. I can say partially explored. And I think that's what I'll do. Because we can still actually go down this way until our inventory's full. Let's do... Partially explored. Explored. Cave. That away. Lovely. You know what? I'm gonna put that all the way down there once we go back out there. If I put it there, I'm not gonna actually come back. I know this. I know myself well enough that I will forget that that is even down there. And it's not like I go down my strip mines often enough to be like, oh yes, I remember. Down this specific one is where I found blah. Not unless it's a super big thing like the trial chambers. And even then, I still keep it labeled. I'll take it. I still hear the lava popping, but I'm going to assume that's from the previous cave. Otherwise, I'm going to be very concerned. I should still be very concerned, and I am, but I'm still mining. At least until my inventory starts filling up too much. Whoa. Alrighty then. I was gonna pick up that redstone, but I'm fairly certain that redstone would probably go down into the cave? I don't even know what cave that is a part of. It's a part of some cave that I have been in. It might have been the previous cave I was just in. It probably is, in all fairness. Because I did, in fact, go up after a while, so. Wouldn't surprise me. Hold on. Gonna quickly stretch. Which I should have been doing more frequently. That's my bad. At this point, I should really just set an actual alarm. Being like, hey, every 30 minutes, stretch. Because that would probably prevent at least the majority of pain. But no, I lost track of time. But at least we found diamonds, so... okay, no, diamonds don't really help in all fairness, but still diamonds! I hear you. I don't know where you are, but I do hear you. You're either above, below, or to the left of me. I think you're mostly to the left of me. And I'm hoping in a place that is... I will take that. Thank you very much. Oh, alright. Ow. Don't mind me as I dance around on my hotbar. Don't know what's going on with that, but it's fine. I don't want to go down too far and then get stuck near that lava, but alright. So far this way, we've come across 2 caves, which isn't too bad. Would like to find the way back to my little hidey hole, though. You know, my little safe haven that is not death. I'm gonna... You know what? I'm gonna do this, because granite is not natural in this part. And I'm also gonna put torches as an indicator that, hey, there's a cave, and I'm... Ugh. Hey, there's a cave. Got it. I am not mentally equipped for that right now. You know what? You know what? We did relatively well for that little bit of strip mine. I'm happy with that. I'll take it. I'll put 2 partially explored caves. I'll still call that one partially explored just due to the fact I put a few torches down and explored the part behind. There's still a massive part of that last cave. But it's still partially explored. Is this the area? Yes, it is. Lovely. Did I put it on the right? I keep putting it on the right, so I'll put it on the right. 2 partially explored caves. That away. Lovely. I reused my sign. And wait, how many got 25 diamonds on that. Oh, fortune is fantastic. Oh, how I've missed fortune. Oh, I am so happy got lucky. So very happy. And you know what? Since we're here, might as well check this as well. Just so we can condense it down, because I don't want it... Oh, that's going to be difficult to condense down. Hold on. I'll condense it down and then fix that. Bop. And bop. No, come on. There we go. Yeah. I really did miss it, though. Because dude, it took me the longest time to get a Fortune 2 pick, and all I got was a Fortune 2. This one, I wasn't even trying to get any of the Fortune. It's like, oh, you're not trying to get Fortune anymore. All right, I'll give you Fortune. Like, this is base enchantments for it. I got very lucky today. And I will not complain in the slightest. Let's go ahead and put the iron away. All of the iron. Let's put all of the copper away. And the gold. The redstone. You know what? Because of the fact redstone takes up so much room, and because you get so much of it, I'm going to put it there. What are you saying dang to? The amount of iron I have? Oh, the... Ha! 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 Oh, that's lovely. Absolutely lovely. And yeah, I do have a lot of iron. Oh, look at that. We have 33 diamonds we could just play with. Technically, we have more than that, but I would like to keep those diamonds. Just so I could be like, okay, this is where diamonds go. And all of that jazz, but still, we have a lot of diamonds to play with now. Which is lovely. Let's go ahead and put all of that away. And oh, good. I already had tough bricks down here. The toughest of bricks. Put those away, and we can put the rotten flesh away. Oh, lovely. Delicious. Crunch. Would not recommend. Probably hurt your teeth a whole bunch. I forgot to put my iron helmet back on. Don't eat my diamonds. Rude. That's a that. Oh god, that would hurt your teeth so bad. But still, my diamonds. Oh, and it's nighttime. All right. Sleepy times. All right. I think we've done a lot today. Like a lot more than what we've done in the past few times, which is actually lovely. It means I've actually gotten more energy. Or maybe more so I actually got my meds back, but besides the point. I think I'm going to end it here for today. We finished the interior for the Skelly farm. We cleared out that area of all of its extra unneeded storage. Same with the gas nursery, which that has been there since it was built. So it was a long time in the making, and it was only 2 barrels, so it wasn't too bad. Plus, we went to the Nether. We got a whole. Oh, why did I? All right. You good in Minecraft? Why did you alt tab me? Anyways, we got a whole lot of quartz, we got a whole lot of blackstone, and all of that good stuff, as well as going on a slight little mining excursion, which I wasn't expecting to do, and got 25 diamonds out of it. I'll take it. So I, I'm going to go in this corner before I do this and hope that no Enderman walks in front of me. And thank you all so much for watching, and thank you so much for joining. If you like the live stream, go ahead and hit the like button. If you want to see more content from me, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And if you want to get notified for any future live streams or videos, go ahead and hit the notification bell. And I'll see you beautiful people next time. Bye!